Live from Chicago, Illinois, NBC News reports the Democratic National Convention.
Good morning. This is the Democratic National Convention in Chicago's International Livestock Amphitheater. It feels as though it were about 1.5 hours ago that we signed off from here. However,
it feels more like a half hour to me.
Actual count, it was about 9. These Democrats, many of them angry and tired and quarrelsome, left here about 2 o'clock this morning. A few hours' sleep have probably worked some restorative benefits, also restored their inclination to fight. In the few intervening hours, however, the Kennedy movement, which has been around this convention all week long, is now absolutely dead. A statement was issued from the Kennedy office in Washington this morning saying that he is not a candidate, period, and asked all those here to call it off. With some editorial license, I should think we might be able to say at this hour of this morning that Vice President Hubert Humphrey appears to be virtually unstoppable. Lester Maddox has retired from the nominating race, says he is not going to associate with those beatniks and criminal elements. And the convention is now otherwise at that point about 24 hours late, where it must consider the Vietnam plank of the platform. David?
If you slept late, Chet has brought us up to date on the news developments. If you slept late and missed all this, and if you did, I can only express my envy. I figure the median figure for the 2,600 delegates is about 5 hours sleep. And so with 5 hours sleep, they will come back today and consider the Vietnam plank. And it may not be the best of public policy for a major political party to debate a thing like that half asleep, but that's the way it's going to be. We'll be here, Lord knows how long. At any rate, we are here now, and we'll be back after this message for Gulf.
You call this a Gulf station. We call it a travel agency with pumps. Wherever you drive, we try to make your trip more pleasant. One way is to have clean restrooms waiting for you. So when you stop to fill up, you'll find a nice place to freshen up, too. In part, thanks to Gulf's tour guard girls. Their job is to visit Gulf stations and check 49 different items, not the least important of the restrooms. Gulf knows that if you can't count on the restrooms, you might not bother to stop. Gulf's tour guard girls are a very special year-round service of your travel agency. The one with pumps. Stop by and see.
It was an angry and quarrelsome convention which adjourned here sometime after 1:30 o'clock this morning. The delegates were tired and they were upset. Chairman Hale Boggs of the Platform Committee had consumed about 1/2 hour to read excerpts from the platform. And the convention had arrived at that point where the long-anticipated and long-awaited debate over the Vietnam plank was about to start. At about that point, the chairman of the Wisconsin delegation somehow secured recognition and proposed that the convention adjourn until 4 o'clock this afternoon so that the delegates could be bright, so that they could have some sleep, so that they could be restored and refreshed, and furthermore, in order to permit more Americans to see and listen to this important debate. Well, he was immediately ruled out of order. And with that, the delegates, in their anger, simply would not let the podium proceed with anything. They wanted to adjourn, and they felt that they were being pushed about, that the establishment had taken over. And there was
participatory democracy, wasn't it?
That finally there was some confusion on the podium. Heads were together in a huddle for long moments. Several attempts were made to get the convention going again and to let the Vietnam debate proceed, but the delegates would have none of it. Mayor Daley of Chicago arose at one point and said he would have the balconies cleared of all guests, apparently indicating that his belief that the noise and the booing and yelling was coming from the balconies. However, there are relatively few seats in the balconies here. They've all been shut off and removed for this convention. So there was a little more confusion, and finally Mayor Daley was recognized again. He made a motion to adjourn until 12 today, and somehow he was declared in order. Well, we have tape of all this confusion and anger and shouting, and here it is. This is the way it went.
For what purpose does the chairman of the Wisconsin delegation arise?
This is Wisconsin proposing adjournment.
Thank you for the microphone, Mr. Chairman. It's very difficult to get it turned on. It's now 1:10 in the morning, and I think every delegate in this hall wants to go home and go to bed and come back so that they can... Therefore, we wish to move adjournment until 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
What did he say? The motion to adjourn is not a recognizable motion.
That's Chairman Carl Albert, permanent chairman of the convention.
Ruling of the chair.
Now listen.
I challenge the ruling of the chair.
They're now challenging the ruling of the chair.
The convention will be in order.
This is a congressman from California who is prepared to open the
convention
debate
will be in
on the
order.
Vietnam flank. Congressman Philip Burton, right? National Committee Chairman Daley is
The
there.
convention will be in order.
Chairman Carl Albert, the parliamentarian. The delegates chanting, "Let's go home."
The chair recognizes the mayor of Chicago.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Convention will be in order.
Mr. Chairman, this convention is held for the delegates of the great Democratic Party, not for anyone in any balcony trying to take over this meeting, and if they don't pick their holland, we'll clear the balcony. And they're here, Mr. Chairman, they're here as guests of the Democratic Party, and let them conduct themselves accordingly or clear the galleries and proceed with the business before us. Let them act like ladies and gentlemen and hear anyone out.
The delegates, many of them don't like
Will the convention be in order?
feeling that Mayor Daley has been clearing too many parks, streets, parking lots,
Will the convention
and other areas in
will the
Chicago all
sergeant at
week.
arms enforce order in the convention?
What right does Daley have to clear the
Will the
galleries?
convention be in
It's
order?
not his convention.
The parliamentary processes of conventions
Will the
frequently
convention
baffle
be in
all.
order? Because may the chairman make a brief statement? May I make a brief statement? It is not in order to make a general motion to adjourn, because that would kill the convention.
Yeah, but he didn't do that.
The chair would gladly recognize the distinguished mayor of the city of Chicago to adjourn to a time certain, such as 12 o'clock tomorrow.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adjourn to 12 o'clock tomorrow.
The question is on the motion. So many as in favor will vote aye.
Aye!
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 12 o'clock noon tomorrow.
It would be interesting to know what kind of communications went back and forth between Chairman Albert and Mayor Daley of Chicago in order to give Mayor Daley recognition, and in order that his motion to adjourn might be judged valid and in order. And along this same line, here is a report. A 174-member California delegation this morning has unanimously passed a resolution bitterly denouncing the manner in which the Democratic National Convention is being conducted and the manner in which security inside and outside of the convention hall is being handled. The resolution passed with a thundering ovation. Assemblyman Shoemaker will head a group which will carry the official complaint to the Democratic National Committee. David?
Well, while the Democrats are here having all these fights and all this confusion, Richard Nixon is down in Florida floating about in elegant ease on board an air-conditioned houseboat. We'll be back after this word from Gulf. The convention officially begins in about 15 minutes. Representative Carl Albert, as you saw, took the gavel last night and asked the Democrats to behave themselves, and in the great tradition of the Party of the People, they declined. When it starts at 12 o'clock Chicago time, the schedule calls for very brief opening ceremonies, no speeches, that is, none of the usual kind of grade M1 political speeches. They plan to get right down to the business of dealing with the Vietnam plank to the platform. The majority plank, or the Johnson plank, the one drawn up by the platform committee, will be discussed first for an hour by those defending it. Then it will be discussed for an hour by those who offer a minority plank, that is, the one supported by Senators McCarthy, McGovern, and those who want to stop the bombing now. Then there'll be a roll call. If they stick to the schedule at all, it's 2:25-3. They should be through around 3:30 or so, Chicago time, if they stick to it. Our four reporters on the floor, John Chancellor, Sander Van Oker, Frank McGee, and Edwin Newman, are assembled. You there?
I'm here, David.
John?
Well, one of the main pieces of political news we have, as Chet Huntley reported earlier, is the fact that Senator Kennedy is, in a sense, no longer with us at this convention. He has withdrawn. In his statement today, he asked his supporters to end all convention activity on his behalf, and that includes activity for both the presidential and the vice presidential nomination. Senator Kennedy cited, as he had a month ago, personal and family reasons. This time, though, he said his decision was firm, final, and not subject to further consideration. He said, "I appreciate the confidence and the spontaneous support of my friends in various parts of the country, but I ask them now to cease all political activity on my behalf so that the convention can choose its nominee from among the capable and dedicated candidates already in contention." Well, one contender who is believed by the Kennedy people to be capable and dedicated is George McGovern. Stephen Smith, Edward Kennedy's brother-in-law and chief political operative, started calling delegates to this convention this morning from his command post here in Chicago, calling on behalf of Senator George McGovern. So the Kennedy support is going to McGovern. Another indication of this, Senator Joseph Tidings of Maryland, an old Kennedy family associate, endorsed McGovern this morning. It is not clear now whether the Kennedy forces are really boosting McGovern for the presidential nomination, and that's what we'll be watching here today, or perhaps increasing his chances for the vice presidential nomination, because it seems clear that Hubert Humphrey has the votes now to secure this nomination on the first ballot, and that may indeed have been one of the decisive factors in Senator Kennedy's decision in the early hours of today not to make a fight for it. In any case, this is something to watch, and this convention's concern with Edward Moore Kennedy has now ended. Here's Sander Van Oden.
Back of this hall where the delegates and visitors park, there's a sign by the stockyards that says cattle, pigs, and sheep, and there are arrows in all directions. And I think that what happened before, which you saw, beginning with the Wisconsin delegation, was a revulsion on the part of many delegates here over being treated like cattle, pigs, and sheep. It isn't just the physical discomfort they're going through. They expect to stay up late and go without meals. It's the security, it's the pushing around, and above all, for many of the people who are not used to the ways of Congress, and it's the congressional branch of this party which is running this convention, they're not used to just being told Daddy knows best. They want to know what they're voting on. They want to know why they're voting on it. And they want to have time to discuss it and caucus on it. And you can't do it in the atmosphere of this convention hall. So they were mad last night, and they were resentful. And I think that this clash, which has gone on many years, but has now reached a kind of a full flowering because of the McCarthy and Kennedy and McGovern candidacies this year, has reached a real point of friction and fire between the rest of the party and the congressional wing of the party, which is running this convention. I was sitting here just exhausted a few moments ago, just looking into space, and I think it was symptomatic that Fishbait Miller, the doorkeeper of the house, came up to me and said, with a big smile on his face, "Don't worry, Sandy, the world's going to be all right." And I smiled, and as he passed, I thought to myself, that's true. For as a symbol of the congressional wing of the party, Fishbait Miller has every right to say this morning that the world is going to be all right. But I suspect those members of the California delegation who passed that resolution condemning the practices of this convention, and those who feel like the California delegation, well, the world is never going to be the same for them again, not the political world, and it's not going to be the same for the Democratic Party again, either. Now to Frank McGee.
A report that the Democratic Party is split would hardly come as shattering news to anyone who's paid the scantest attention to it for any time over the past 30 years. It's always been the most unlikely alliance of rich and poor, black and white, city dweller and farmer. It's always been this. It's always been split, but it's always managed to hold together by finding, often to its surprise, that enough of them have enough common interest, enough of the time to hold them together and keep them strange and restless allies, but nevertheless allied. And the key to this has been accommodation. That is, no one faction getting all that it wants at the expense of another faction, or agreeing to accept less than all, what might be called the congressional attitude. The new split that is developing in the party is something else. It's a mood. Indeed, it's a developing determination to have done with accommodation and unwillingness to accept less than all that any given faction might want. This has been evidenced in all the passionate speeches we've heard and all the votes that we've witnessed on the seating of disputed delegates and the rules and the carrying on of the convention business itself. And it will no doubt be most sharply and vividly in evidence as we get to the debate and dispute about the war plank in the platform. Much of this new mood, one hesitates to call it intolerance, perhaps it's better stated as a lack of forbearance, owes its origin to what Senator Eugene McCarthy has injected into the political bloodstream of this country. And that's not to say that it's bad, but that it is new. And also the radical rhetoric of the country beyond the halls of Congress is beginning to influence the attitude of people who don't normally understand the need of Congress to operate and function through accommodation. So, in a sense, a congressional attitude and a country attitude seem to be on a collision course here at this convention, and out of it will come a different, perhaps weakened, but certainly different Democratic Party than we have known in the past. Here's Edwin Newman.
Well, Vietnam, of course, is the issue that's been at the bottom of so many things that have gone wrong for the Democrats for so long now. President Johnson stepping out. Hubert Humphrey's weakness as a candidate, I should say his weakness in the view of many of the delegates here. The division that's embodied in the McCarthy and McGovern candidacies, the yearning for Senator Edward Kennedy to step in after his brother was killed, and the strain within the party over who's going to run it. Well, today it's all going to be aired, even though really everybody knows what the arguments about Vietnam are. So you can sum up the whole thing pretty well in the bombing issue. Do we stop bombing North Vietnam without a guarantee of reciprocity? Or do we insist on a guarantee? Or, and this was a compromise possibility last night, do we stop that bombing in the expectation of reciprocity? Michigan, the Michigan delegation, which is to be seated here, was planning to put forward a compromise. We stopped the bombing in the expectation of reciprocity, but has now decided not to bring the matter up because no amendments ought to be permitted during the Vietnam debate. Well, if no compromises are possible because no amendments ought to be possible, obviously it's going to be a bitter fight, and in a way I think that is appropriate. But apparently it means that the Humphrey forces, who are also the President Johnson forces, will insist on explicit support of the President's Vietnam policy, so the division in the party inevitably will continue from the convention here and right into the election campaign. This is Edwin Newman, now to Chet and David.
Here's a little bit of political news. Yesterday was Tuesday. Yeah, it's Tuesday. And so it was election day in several localities. Alaska's Senator Ernest Gruening, an outspoken Vietnam War critic, trailed in his bid for renomination today. Senator Mike Mulroney, a Vietnam policy backer, has won renomination easily in Oklahoma. In a third Tuesday primary, New Mexico's Republican Governor David Cargo fought off a challenge to his renomination and now faces former state Senate Democratic leader Fabian Chavez in November. All four Oklahoma Democratic congressmen, led by House Democratic leader Carl Albert, won renomination, and both incumbent Republican representatives were unopposed. Mr. Albert, of course, is the chairman of this convention. We'll be back in a moment after this message from Gulf.
A 24-hour...
NBC News will continue its live coverage of the Democratic National Convention following this pause for station identification.
Expressed, and whatever opinion anyone has about Vietnam, he certainly will hear one of the speakers here today repeating it. And it's always a pleasure to hear your own opinions spoken, and so it promises to be an extremely interesting session. Sander Van Oker has a report from the convention floor. Sandy?
David, I'm in the Wisconsin delegation with Mr. Don Peterson, the man who began what, and I don't mean it disparagingly, what might go down in history as the Peasants' Revolt of the Democratic Party. How does it look this morning to you, Mr. Peterson?
Much rosier. I had a little more sleep than I had the night before.
What caused you and the members of your delegation to be so violently upset last night? You were violently upset, were you not?
Well, the whole procedures of the convention have been unreasonable, and it certainly seemed unreasonable to keep the delegates up until 3 o'clock again this morning to pass on business when they were tired, and it could easily be done at this time of day when it's more normal for people to be up.
What do you mean by the unreasonable? It isn't just the physical you're referring to, because you're used to this sort of thing, meals missed and sleep missed. It's something else, isn't it?
Oh, no, that part of the convention you appreciate. It's part of the excitement and atmosphere, not that at all. But the lack of communications, for instance, as we mentioned last night, is important. I think the manner in which the chairman gave the recognition to Mayor Daley rather than just another delegate. I resent very bitterly the fact that one delegate should have more claim to be recognized than another. I didn't like Mayor Daley's remarks last night about the galleries, because by that time of the night there were not that many people in the galleries. It was an obvious demagogic remark. I'd like to remind Mayor Daley of the 1940 Republican convention, when the chairman of that convention told the gallery when they were getting quite unruly, I suppose, for their candidate, that they would clear the gallery if they didn't behave, and one of them that they were guests at the convention. And one of these people hollered out, "Yes, hell, we're the people." And that's exactly what we are. We are the people. We came here to do the business of the convention, and we don't want to be managed like sheep.
Sir, I began to suspect last night after the convention was over that this may have started something in the Democratic Party that we're just not going to see the end of. Did your people feel that they've started something they're going to pursue now?
I don't think the Democratic Party is ever going to be the same after this convention. I would think maybe we're seeing the demise of the convention system. Probably it's rightly so. This convention, the way it's managed, doesn't allow the delegates really to take a part in it. We don't even have an agenda for today's business, for instance, which is a normal course of any convention, to give you an agenda to let you know what you're going to discuss.
Well, what do you do in a case like that? For example, where does that phone lead? To whom do you protest or ask?
Well, I have one number on the phone. I get varying numbers of voices when I call up, and I'm always told that they will call back. On some questions, we have received replies. Now, this is the third day that we've had problems over the visitors' passes. I don't know what the procedure is going to be. Not visitors' passes, excuse me, changing the alternates. Because there are times when we do have to change alternates back and forth. And because of these passes, it makes it somewhat difficult. And it'd be my view that the alternate should be able to come in on the word of the delegation chairman to take the place of any delegate that's not present, not have to go through the security police. They are not part of this convention. They're not running this convention. This is not a Gestapo country. This is our delegation, not theirs.
Who do you hold responsible for this?
I hate to make a blanket endorsement, but I would say generally it has to be the National Committee because it's their responsibility to prepare for the convention. But everything seems to go through John Criswell, the treasurer of the Democratic National Committee, who is handpicked by Lyndon Johnson.
Well, then are you saying that this is not the responsibility of the vice president? Are you saying this is the fault of the administration or the president?
No, I frankly think this is probably out of the vice president's hands. Hubert Humphrey is not this type of person.
Thank you very much, Mr. Don Peterson, the chairman of the Wisconsin delegation, which led the motion for the adjournment and the revolt that started last night. Now to John Chancellor. Yes.
I'm here with Governor Buford Ellington of Tennessee. Governor Ellington, you were here late last night, as we all were, and I know you have some feelings about delaying tactics that were used to delay the convention. But first, may I ask you, sir, what do you think about the convention system? Is it a contemporary system, or should it be remodeled?
I think it should be remodeled, definitely, to where there wouldn't be so much time consumed, time killed, delays, and things of that nature. The delegates could very easily caucus on these matters before they come in, because they know before they come into the hall what the vote is going to be.
Now, what do you do with the Tennessee delegation? Do you all get together beforehand?
We get together beforehand. We caucus. We know what our position is before we come.
Who was doing the delaying from your point of view, Governor, last night and through the convention?
Well, of course, the television has shown very plainly. It's been in New York and California, and certainly there's no reason for it.
Well, then would you like a rule to be passed at a convention so the delegations had to stay on this floor for these procedural matters?
I'd like to see a rule passed where they had to stay on the floor and where the delegates and the news media, and let that be it. For some reason, it's always a lot of outsiders able to get in. Now, John, I don't know why and how that is, but that's what the disruption is. It's not the press, it's not the newsmen, it's not the delegates, as you well know.
But sometimes it's about as crowded and has the appearance of an Arab street market.
That is correct. So somebody's getting in without authorization.
I want to change the subject, Governor. What is going to happen in the presidential balloting tonight from your point of view?
Well, I think Humphrey will win on the press ballot by a substantial margin.
And this was the reason for the decision you took in Tennessee yesterday to go with him?
No, that wasn't the reason. I had said all along that I'd make a decision when I was satisfied with the platform and with some decisions in the Credentials Committee. Now, naturally, there were a few things that I didn't like in either one. But had I written both of them, somebody else wouldn't like them.
Well, now, is there a possibility that if the debate on the Vietnam plank in the platform goes the wrong way, you might change your mind?
No, I wouldn't change my mind. I still believe that as long as we have a boy in Vietnam, that this country ought to quit talking about division, that we ought to support the people who actually know. The experts that I've seen here have never been close to Vietnam, and I just can't go along with it.
Governor, how much strength do you think Senator Kennedy had up to about midnight last night in this convention?
Well, of course, we heard all kind of rumors, John, and rumors, as you know, are a great part of any convention. The best count that I got was that maybe he had off of McCarthy and off of McGovern, maybe 400 or 500 votes.
But that's far short of the 1312 needed for nomination on the first ballot.
I don't think he had a chance to get a draft because Senator Kennedy is an honest man. He's a truthful man, and he'd made it very frank. And I think some of his old friends were about to embarrass him.
Governor, thank you very much for talking with us this morning. Governor Buford Ellington of Tennessee. Now here's Edwin Newman.
I'm with Senator Philip Hart of Michigan, chairman of the Michigan delegation. Senator Hart, you're wearing a McCarthy button today, which you were not doing yesterday. What's the reason?
Well, I think if I was a dictator, this convention would nominate Gene McCarthy.
Well, you're not a dictator, Senator Hart, and obviously don't want to be, but is this a forlorn hope, do you think?
It reflects my conviction that of the three thoroughly qualified contenders, McCarthy, McGovern, and Humphrey, Gene McCarthy is the most electable. Any one of them would be preferable to Richard Nixon by a whale of a mile, and let's pick the guy that's most likely to win.
Is he nominatable, McCarthy?
Well, we'll find out in a few hours. I'm not making book, but I'm declaring my support.
Senator Hart, I think we're about to hear the national anthem. Back to Chet and David.
Mahalia Jackson will sing the anthem.
Colors are going out. Here's one more item. Governor Maddox of Georgia says he's leaving for Atlanta this afternoon and will campaign against the Democratic nominee this fall.
We will now have the Pledge of Allegiance by Jim Fallon of Kentucky.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The national anthem will be sung by Mahalia Jackson. Miss Jackson.
Oh, say, can you see, boy, the dawn's so proudly beheld, now the twilight loves me.
for the last of the free in the heart of the
Insofar as names to be placed in nomination are concerned, the list is dwindling nicely. Now, Louisiana's Governor McKethan, North Carolina Moore, and the Reverend Channing Phillips of the District of Columbia, plus the other 3 avowed candidates, that comprises the list, and Governor McKethan of Louisiana has indicated that he may withdraw as a favorite son. So possibly there may be only 5 names placed in nomination. We'll be back in a moment after this message from Gulf.
The opening ceremonies are over, and they're about to get into the business of the convention this session, which is the discussion of the platform and the 2 planks on Vietnam. The permanent chairman, Representative Carl Albert of Oklahoma, is now explaining from the rostrum that the convention is operating under the rules of the House of Representatives, which forbid, among other things, any kind of demonstration in the hall for or against anything. Governor McKethan of Louisiana has just withdrawn as a favorite son, Chet. That's in addition to the list you gave us a minute ago. And we're almost down to the point now where the only names put in nomination will be of those who are really running for president. While we wait for the business to start, Sander Van Oker has a report from the floor. Sandy?
David, I'm back with Mr. Peterson, the chairman of the Wisconsin delegation, who's been listening to what Chairman Albert has been saying about no demonstrations and no untoward acts on the part of the delegates. I'd like to ask you, Mr. Peterson, what happened at your delegation caucus this morning?
Well, basically, we passed 2 resolutions, one regarding the vice presidency and other on a loyalty oath type of resolution.
Let's take the second first.
Well, the first one was introduced by Congressman Clement Zablocki, and the gist of it was that we would support the nominee of the convention. This had been tabled yesterday, and it was brought back forward for discussion by myself so that it could be voted upon, and it was voted down.
What did the delegates interpret that as?
Well, we interpreted it as a loyalty oath, a blanket loyalty oath. It has nothing to do with the convention itself. We are bona fide delegates of the convention. We came here in good faith, and in effect, we would be setting a precedent where we would be committing ourselves before we came here. If, say, for instance, Lester Maddox was the nominee of this party, I would go back to Wisconsin. I would see that he was placed on the ballot, and there were electors who were pledged to him, but I would not support him. And that's what this kind of a resolution could lead to.
What about the second resolution?
Well, the second resolution had to do with the vice presidency. We think that the delegates of this convention are intelligent people and can make up their own mind about who they want. We do not want the same mistake repeated here that was repeated in Miami. It was made in Miami.
Well, what would you hope would happen?
Well, I would hope that whoever the nominee is, that he would do as Adlai Stevenson did in 1956 and allow the delegates to select their nominee for vice president. It's much too important a job, I think, that in today's world to let what happened in Miami reoccur here.
Well, look, in 1956, Mr. Peterson, many delegates resented this as amateurs on the part of Adlai Stevenson, saying that it was just further proof of his indecisiveness.
Well, then I would think probably we should not be here at all and just let the Democratic National Committee select the president. We'd all stay home and save a lot of money.
Sir, I get the impression as I talk to you that you think the whole convention procedure is archaic, not just in terms of time, which people say, but deliberative processes. Is that correct?
Oh, yes. It's impossible really to conduct any business here. There are far too many people The agenda is set, but you don't get copies. We did get copies of it, but thankfully, because it's a news release, not because it's an official publication of the convention, but because we demanded it, and evidently they're now becoming attuned to the fact that we want this information. We're going to insist upon getting it.
Well, look, when this is over, are you going back and try to work for some kind of reform in conventions, or are you just going to let it rest?
As well as we can, but I think possibly what people should do is work for some type of a national open primary and simply abolish this whole ridiculous system.
Thank you very much. Mr. Don Peterson, the chairman of the Wisconsin delegation. Now to John Chancellor.
We're standing here with another man who feels that there ought to be some considerable reform in the convention system, Mr. Leo Ryan, a California State Assemblyman from South San Francisco. Mr. Ryan, we've heard a lot of people say the California delegation is mad. Are you angry?
We're very angry, John. The reason is because of the treatment that the delegates have received at this convention and the newsmen have received this convention. In the way they conduct their business. We are here to conduct some pretty important business. We think we're serious. We think we have conducted ourselves very well, as we always have as a party, as either party would do. The fact is, we have been given the appearance of being somehow interlopers, or being not quite so necessary as we should be, as if we had no business being here, and therefore we would only be tolerated.
Now, this morning at the California caucus, you and Mr. Shoemaker co-authored a resolution in the caucus. You're going to ask this convention to do something about this?
Well, we co-authored a resolution objecting in the strongest possible terms to the treatment of the delegates of this convention and the press, and asking that something be done about it forthwith.
What happened to you yesterday that made you angry this morning?
Well, there are many things, John. Anything from the way we have been treated in getting in here. My pass didn't work on 2 separate occasions, and I was therefore shoved back. I said, listen, either I get in, or you don't have to stop me physically on the second occasion. And I was let in, and they fixed my ticket and ran it back to me. Later in the day, we were the caucus, or the delegation, was doing what it could to go among other delegates on other states to see what support we could get for, among others, Teddy Kennedy. I was barred from my section by a security officer.
You were barred from your own delegation?
Well, I was barred from another section of the floor where I was assigned to go and determine support. This is the business of politics. It's the business of this convention to advocate for those things that we believe in the state of California, people we represent. When I was barred, I told him that I would get there one way or the other, and I started up over the chairs and over the seats and said, if you'd like to follow me, go ahead. And he gave up. This morning, after passing this resolution, we're all a little bit excited, or let's say upset, and very unhappy about it. I walked in with Adele Leopold, who is the Women's State Chairman of the Democratic State Committee. They said, ma'am, would you open your purse? A little 19-year-old blonde girl said, would you open your purse? And Mrs. Leopold said, under no condition will I open my purse. So there was kind of panic because this was supposed to happen. So there was the hurried beckoning, and another man came over and said, would you open your purse, please? She said, no. Another man came over and said, would you open your purse, please, in very firm tones. She said, I will open this purse to no one except my own immediate delegation. And I stepped up to her, alongside her, and said, and I think, sir, you'd have trouble with the entire delegation if you push this any further. He said, well, I guess in view of who you are, we'll let you go. The point is that we are not in a free society here anymore, and I resent it.
And you did something about it today.
We did something about it today, and I think it was very helpful, and perhaps a set of precedent that may be going around the hall right now. Either the California delegation better go in twos around this floor, perhaps, or maybe they'll relax the security.
Thank you very much. Mr. Leo Ryan, a state assemblyman from California, who's very angry about the security here. Now here's Edwin Newman.
I am with State Senator Leroy Johnson of Georgia. Senator Johnson, as I understand it from what you've been telling me, Governor Maddox tried to have your credentials canceled. Is that right?
Well, he tried to have the credentials of all of the members of the regular Democratic delegation canceled. There were those of us who had contended that we were going to stay here. We were going to vote the vote that's given to Georgia by the Credentials Committee, because we were not opposed to the compromising report of the Credentials Committee. That report seated our group and the group of Julian Bonds. As a result of that, some 45 or 50 whites on the regular group walked off. There are 7 Negroes on the regular Democratic delegation group, and some 15 or 17 whites have joined us, and we are staying to cast our vote. So last night the governor issued a statement that he was canceling all of the credentials of all the delegates and all the alternates, and ordering the people to return to Georgia.
Where does this leave the Democratic Party in Georgia, Senator Johnson?
Well, of course, it provides a split in the party. We, however, immediately got in touch with the National Committee and got it straight, because once a delegate has been certified, the credentials cannot be taken back, for instance, by the governor. So we have our certifications now, and we'll be on the floor.
But the point is there now seem to be 3 segments of the Democratic Party in Georgia, right?
Well, that's correct. The party is split. It will hurt us, no question, in November. When we get back, we'll have a job of trying to get the party back together.
Well, does this guarantee that George Wallace will carry Georgia in November, do you think?
Well, Wallace has always been a pretty good favorite in the South. It certainly enhances his chances of carrying Georgia by the split in our party here. I'm thinking, however, though, if we can get the party back together by November, there is an outside chance of saving the situation.
Senator Johnson, do you regard Governor Maddox as still the head of the Democratic Party in Georgia?
Well, Governor Maddox and I have always had our differences. I voted against him for being governor of Georgia. He has walked out on us here in Chicago. He has really forfeited, in my opinion, his leadership as the head of the party. But under our law, he is the titular head of the party. And notwithstanding that fact, we got to try to pull a party together with or without him.
Did he indicate that he would support Wallace, Senator Johnson?
Well, he has indicated that all along. He still contends that he's a Democrat, but he has always been extremely friendly, a matter of fact, too friendly to George Wallace. So our efforts will have to be with the loyal Democrats in Georgia to try to carry Georgia for a Democratic victory.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. State Senator Leroy Johnson of Georgia. This is Edwin Newman. Now here's Sander Vanover.
I'm in California with Mrs. Adele Leopold, who is the lady who refused to open her purse. Miss Leopold, can you tell me why you refused to open your purse?
I'm secretary of the California delegation. We passed a resolution today. The motion was made by Assemblyman Shoemaker and seconded by Assemblyman Ryan, protesting the kind of security tactics that this convention is indulged in. As secretary, I'm carrying the roll call and the morning newspapers. Our sessions have been running quite late. I find that this is a good time to catch up on the coverage of the convention. And I feel that this is my personal property. I suggested to them if they wanted to persist in this matter, they should do it at the podium, in full view, like Californians at home and the rest of the country. I think it's important that this kind of procedure be recognized by those who are watching.
You'd be willing to go up and dump the contents of your purse up on the platform, I take.
On the podium, not behind curtains, not in some kind of a secret way.
Is there something about the femininity of opening one's purse, or is it just the principle of...
No, it's the invasion of privacy, and I think the whole kind of thing that's happened here is outrageous. I'd like to see the money that's been spent on security, spent on housing, on job training, the kind of thing that would make this city a better place.
I get the feeling that this threat, that if you were pursued on this, the whole California delegation would come down, they'd have to deal with, and is very real. You people seem to be very much out of sorts with what's going on here.
I think we're feeling pretty strongly that this is not the way we like to see the democratic processes conducted.
How will this resentment be manifest as the day goes on if it continues on the part of California?
I think that remains to be seen. I wouldn't hazard any guess. We intend to behave ourselves in a way that we think good Democrats should. And we don't intend to be railroaded or steamrolled.
Thank you very much. Ms. Adele Leopold, the lady who refused to open her purse for security forces. Now to Chet and David in the booth.
I'd like to, Donald Peterson of Wisconsin, Sandy was talking to a minute ago, the chairman of the delegation. I would like to cast one private, nonpartisan, unofficial vote for something for Donald Peterson. I thought he was just great. He talked extemporaneously and eloquently for simple fairness and decency. And the vast capacity of the American people, including the delegates, to resent mulishness, pig-headedness, stupidity, and pushing people around as if they were a band of sheep, which is pretty much what has happened here. That's the much-discussed electronic credentials machine at the front door. It's quite complicated, rather slow, and it has caused considerable problems with delegates and alternates coming in and going out.
And then after you get through the machine, you step over it to a table, and if you're carrying any sort of a case, purse, valise, whatever, you must open it and let it be searched.
Well, I must say I couldn't argue too much with that. You know, we have had a few people murdered in this country, and there are a lot of nuts around. And if they want to open briefcases and so on, and I don't really... it might have been nice if it had a little more security in Los Angeles. I don't really think we can argue with that too much. So what'd you say, a commercial? Yes. Back after a message from Gulf.
Clarification. Of course, this was a very confused issue, and we finally had to caucus and go out and have it explained. We have several very sharp young attorneys in it. They were able to do this, and we finally arrived at a satisfactory answer. But had we been able to hear the chair, then it would have been much easier.
Would this explain why some of the larger states went out and caucused, do you think, because people were confused?
Well, I'm sure. And this is a mass confusion. People going up and down these aisles, the noise. We hear about 1/10 of what's said from the podium, and it's terrible. I am very disappointed.
Does that mean you have to take a lawyer with you to understand convention proceedings?
Well, if you could hear it, I'm sure that anybody could do it. But they are, you know, sharp. They're used to these things, and they can explain it much easier, and we're lucky to have them, I feel.
Otherwise, it might have delayed things, or you might have, by mistake, cast a wrong vote.
Very true. We had people yesterday that cast votes that they changed.
Simply because you couldn't hear. What would you like to see done about it, Mr. McCarter? What can you do about it with a party this large?
I think the only answer is to either get larger auditoriums or cut the size of the delegation.
Can any of the work be done beforehand on credentials and these things?
Well, I suppose it'd be up to the National Committee and whoever the leaders of the party are to choose the size that the various delegations are allowed to have. But something's going to have to be done, I feel, or we're going to lose a great deal of our image, really.
Mr. McCarter, thank you very much. Another unsettled and discontented delegation, the Idaho delegation. Now to Sander Van Oker.
I'm here in the California delegation once more with Mr. Winfield Shoemaker, who moved the resolution in the California caucus this morning protesting and condemning the security and other aspects of this convention, which pens the delegates in. Mr. Shoemaker, what motivated you between last night and this morning to put that up?
Well, I think that the final corker on this whole thing was the roughing up one of the newsmen here on the floor yesterday.
Dan Rather of CBS.
That is correct. When he was punched in the stomach here on the floor. We have had our aisles blocked by security men. This place is absolutely full of people who are ostensibly here for security. But what they have actually done is to block the effective work of this convention and to hamper in every way the communication of one delegation to another, and to hamper, really, the communication of this convention to the public.
How do you communicate?
Well, you have to move on the floor from one delegation to another.
What's wrong with your phones?
Well, the National Committee didn't put out the phone numbers and refused every time they were asked to provide the phone numbers. Most of the delegations don't even know their phone numbers. We were able to get a copy of the phone numbers, and this morning the California delegation ran off a list of the telephone numbers of all of the delegations so that the people can communicate with one another here on the floor more effectively.
How did you get them to the other delegations?
Members of our delegation are passing them out right now on the floor.
Sir, a minute ago, Mr. Klein, the press secretary to the delegation, came up and mentioned something to you about not being able to do something. What was that all about?
Well, Newsweek has been passing out tally sheets here so that we can keep track of roll calls. And the security men have said that they...
Can I get one of those?
Here it is. Yeah.
Why don't you hold it up? Hold it back. Can you get a shot of that?
It's a roll call card. And they have said that they don't want these on the floor because they contain some advertising on them. But these... there should be no reason to conduct that sort of thing. They've prohibited newspapers on the floor. Yesterday, I was asked to turn my newspaper over to one of the security men, and I gave him an unprintable message to take back to the National Committee.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Shoemaker. Now back to the booth.
Well, we're about 35 minutes late in getting underway here now. And the reason is a little bit obscure, although it is significant, perhaps, that the Illinois delegation is not here. It is seated precisely in front of the podium, and every seat is empty. We know that Mayor Daley is caucusing with his delegation someplace in Chicago, and he was late in arriving, so that may explain it. I mentioned earlier that Governor Lester Maddox of Georgia had withdrawn his name as a candidate for the presidency. He's going back to Atlanta this afternoon, and he said he was going to work against the nominee of the Democratic Party this fall. We have tape.
He's going to work for Wallace. He's going to work for Wallace. He's found a home.
Here is the tape of that statement.
The American people will not tolerate this in November by any liberal candidate or any party, particularly from the Democratic Socialist Party. My conscience will not let me support such programs, such platforms, and such candidates. In obedience to God and in loyalty to my country, I denounce them with all the breath within my body, with all my voice as a free American. And I cannot, I will not associate myself with these socialists who have surrendered to the beatniks, the criminal elements of this country, the misfits and the misguided at the expense of freedom and liberty and law and order. Now I have issued a request to Chairman Gray to withdraw himself, all the staff of the Georgia Democratic Party, in order to squelch the voice of a possible voice of opposition to their continued control of both our party and our nation. I want to add that the efforts to rule out the Georgia delegation, a legally constituted body by state democratic laws and regulations, and by even the National Democratic Party itself that we set up and we have been approved year after year after year by the National Democratic Party, that all of this was directed not at Lester Maddox, not at the delegation, not at the consensus of the delegation, but to hush a voice of opposition that the leadership dare not permit.
That's that Georgia girl. That was Governor Maddox of Georgia. A great many of the Democrats here, as we have seen this morning, are angry about one thing or another. Governor Maddox about one thing, and some of those here in the hall about another. And as you heard, he's going back to Georgia and work for George Wallace for president. Furious with the way he has been treated here at the Democratic Convention. We'll be back after a message from Gulf.
Call it a...
It is conceivable, if not probable, that we are seeing the last or one of the last political conventions in their present form. We'll maybe go into that more later. Frank McGee has a report now from the floor. Frank?
Yes, I have Mr. Robert Milbaugh, a delegate from Ohio, and my question is, Mr. Milbaugh, do you think that the rancor generated in this convention by last night's activities will have any bearing on the debate on the Vietnam War flag? Does it strengthen or hurt either side?
Well, Frank, very definitely it strengthened the position of those favoring the minority report, because the high-handedness that was attempted last night on the part of Mayor Daley, who dictates policy in the Illinois delegation, didn't go over with these delegates to this convention, and they left here in an angry mood last night. They've come back fresh today, and people like Jack Gilligan, who's running for the Senate in Ohio, have made it positively clear that the minority position on this Vietnam War has to be inserted in this Democratic platform in order for them to win in November.
Mr. Milbaugh, I think it would be very easy to document your charge that the people were angered by the behavior of Mayor Daley last night. What I'd like to know is what could you cite as evidence that this has helped the chances of the minority report?
Well, Frank, I've talked to, I'd say, 125 of these delegates since I've been out here this morning from many of the delegations, and they were just furious at the tactics that were used. And people who came to me this morning and said that last night I wouldn't have gone with a minority position, but this effort at a steamrolling technique just isn't going to go, and we're switching our votes.
Mr. Milbaugh, this is more, it seems to me, than a normal dispute among normally disputatious Democrats. If I'm right, tell me what it is. What is it?
Well, I feel, and I felt this all week long. You know, I've been reading the press that Vice President Humphrey had this nomination all sewed up. You've been reading that for weeks. But you get here and there's a general feeling of discontent, not only in this Ohio delegation, but in many of the delegations.
Well, what are the seeds of this discontent?
Well, I think the core of the whole thing is the Vietnam War. That people are just disenchanted with this war that's 10,000 miles away. Incidentally, Frank, I was over in Vietnam 2 years ago, just about the same time Jack Gilligan was there. And he came back with the same impression I did from our military leaders, that in 2 years we're going to have this thing under control. And they had about 100,000 men there then.
But bringing it a little closer to home, just the convention process itself, it seems to me that so many of the delegates here feel that they're being handled or mishandled, that there is an attempt to compel them to do things that they don't necessarily want to do. And could you address yourself to that for a while?
All right. Well, Frank, as an example, my good friend Carl Albert last night, he was looking down at Mayor Daley, who's sitting right in front of him, taking the signs, the high signs, so to speak, from Mayor Daley as to what he should do next. Remember, Daley jumped up and was infuriated and angry, and, you know, we're going to quiet these people down in the rafters or throw them out. And the atmosphere around this convention hall.
By atmosphere, do you mean the security arrangements?
The security arrangements. This statement by Shirley MacLaine, and it looks like Dachau. The barbed wire, the policemen, the armed troops. Last night, back at the Hilton Hotel, the thousands of Chicago policemen lying shoulder to shoulder, and the attacks on the policemen, the attacks on the youngsters. And I mean, some of this is just completely out of hand. It's not necessary. Why is it being done? And this is creating a deep-seated resentment in these delegations. They don't like it.
Thank you very much,
Thanks
Mr.
very
Milbaugh.
much, Mr. McGee.
Mr. Robert Milbaugh of Lima, Ohio. Now here's Edwin Newman.
I'm with former Governor Edward Breathitt of Kentucky. Governor Breathitt, we hear a great deal about the discontent at this convention over the way it's been run, among other things, let alone the Vietnam issue. What do you think that's doing to the party?
Well, I think those that are creating disruption and discord and are preventing the convention to carry out its regular business are tending to harden probably the attitudes of the people in the country wanting law and order. And for that part, I think it's not helpful. But I think the spirited contest between very outstanding men like the Vice President, whom I'm supporting, the draft movement for Senator Kennedy, a very, very outstanding man, Senator McGovern, who's greatly respected, and of course Senator McCarthy, is helpful because it shows spirit and life in the Democratic Party coming forth with four men who are facing the issues, and I think that's helpful.
Governor Breathitt, who do you think is trying to disrupt the convention?
Well, I think that if there's any disruption from the convention, it would be those present in the hall and not those outside. But I don't think that they will in the long run, although the disruptive efforts, I think, will die off as it becomes clear that one of the candidates is the leader.
Well, but who is trying to disrupt it? Most of the accusations we hear go against Mayor Daley, for example, Chairman Bailey, Mr. Albert. The discontent seems to be with the way they're running the convention, if what we hear is correct. Now, do you have that impression also?
Well, there's some people, of course, who desire to create discord and for their own purposes, more issue-oriented than party and candidate-oriented. And I think that, of course, has a tendency to be hurtful to the Democratic Party. But in all, I think this is more than counteracted by a spirited contest by four outstanding candidates.
Well, Governor Breathitt, I have the impression that there is among the delegates a certain absence of enthusiasm for a ticket headed by Vice President Humphrey among many of the delegates, and that a great deal would depend on who would run with him. Is that correct?
Well, I think that the candidate for Vice President certainly will help. I think that as we get into the campaign, the Vice President, once he is the nominee and everybody begins to fall in line, I think this will be removed. But I do think that a strong person added to the ticket would be very helpful.
Thank you, Governor Breathitt. Now to John Chancellor.
The business of the convention this morning is the debate on the Vietnam plank, the majority and the minority report. One of those most closely associated with the minority report is Kenneth O'Donnell of Massachusetts. You helped write it. You're going to speak for it. What are we going to see this morning from your point of view?
Well, I think we're going to see a very vigorous debate on the future course of American foreign policy. And those of us in the minority fought vigorously within the drafting committee. We debated thoroughly this measure. We were defeated in what I construe to be a reasonably close vote as far as population-wise. Most of the South and many of the smaller states supported the majority, but I think if we ought to total up the total representation by electoral votes, by votes here in convention, by population, that we're very close to a majority of this convention.
You think that you may get a majority vote on it?
Well, I think if it is left to a free decision by the delegates, obviously some of the leadership supports more vigorously than others the so-called administration plank, and if they attempt to exert a measure of discipline upon their delegates, it may be difficult. But I think many of them indicated to me they're going to allow the delegates to vote their own views. So I think that may be very close.
Right. Thank you very much. Kenneth O'Donnell predicting a possible victory for the minority plank. Now here's Sander Van Oker.
I am at the back of the Colorado delegation with the man, Rich Gebhardt, who first asked that question of Mayor Daley at the platform hearings a week ago that he stormed out about why we had to have all this security. How do you feel about it today, Mr. Gebhardt?
Well, that was a legitimate question then. I think it's an even more legitimate question now, Sandy. I think the average person in here, which I think is the majority, have been very distressed about the unnecessary, almost frightening aspects of the security that we're having to be involved with around here, around the entire square mile, the number of checkpoints coming in, the attempts to control peaceful efforts down in the convention hotel area, the treatment of members of your profession in trying to legitimately cover the news, the entire question of an open society, which is what America's supposed to be about.
Well, look, is it, do you think, a conspiracy or a plot, an arrangement to do this, or is it just security for security's sake, a menu of security?
No, I think it is. I think it masquerades under that. I suppose that some sincere people have tried to arrive at some conclusions about the degree of security, but I think it's gone beyond that. I think a simple definition of security is one that most of us could agree on, and I think this is I suppose, wildly excessive.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rich Gebhardt of Colorado. Now back to the booth.
The debate is about to get underway, and at this moment, a clerk is reading that version of the Vietnam plank of the platform offered by the platform committee. Let's go to the podium.
Vietnam, including an extensive land reform program. We support President Johnson's repeated offer to provide a substantial U.S. contribution to the post-war reconstruction of South Vietnam, as well as to the economic development of the entire region, including North Vietnam. Japan and the European industrial states should be urged to join in this post-war effort. For the future, we will make it clear that U.S. military and economic assistance in Asia will be selected. In addition to considerations of our vital interests and our resources, we will take into account the determination of the nations that request our help to help themselves and their willingness to help each other through regional and multilateral cooperation. We want no bases in South Vietnam, no continued military presence, and no political role in Vietnamese affairs. If and when the communists understand our basic commitments and limited goals and are willing to take their chances, as we are, on letting the choice of the post-war government of South Vietnam be determined freely and peacefully by all of the South Vietnamese people, then the bloodshed and the tragedy can stop. Now, Mr. Chairman, the minority plank on Vietnam as follows. Nearly 200,000 American men have been casualties in Vietnam, and 25,000 have died. The United States has spent more than $100 billion. This war has cost us heavily in human life and in all the resources we so badly need to rebuild our cities, improve the quality of life for all Americans, and to meet our other obligations around the world. Discarding judgment about the wisdom of the past, we must now act to secure and enrich our own future by bringing the war in Vietnam to a swift conclusion. It is to this cause of early peace that the Democratic Party now commits itself. Nor can we be content with the vague and ambiguous statements which mark the platform of the Republican Party. For a meaningful pledge of peace also demands the courage to make commitments to those concrete and specific acts most likely to hasten the end of the conflict and destruction. We have taken so many risks for war, we must now take some for peace. That war must be ended now. It will not be ended as in a military victory, surrender, or unilateral withdrawal by either side. It cannot be ended by further U.S. escalation, either increasing our troops, introducing nuclear weapons, or extending the conflict geographically. It must therefore be ended by a fair and realistic compromise settlement. Although the war in Vietnam is complex, the steps toward peace can be simply stated. First, an unconditional end to all bombing of North Vietnam while continuing to provide in the South all necessary air and other support for American troops. Second, we will then negotiate a mutual withdrawal of all United States forces and all North Vietnamese troops from South Vietnam. This should be a phased withdrawal over a relatively short period of time. Third, we will encourage our South Vietnamese allies to negotiate a political reconciliation with the National Liberation Front, looking toward a government which is broadly representative of these and all elements in South Vietnamese society. The specific shape of this reconciliation will be a matter for decision by the South Vietnamese, spurred to action by the certain knowledge that the prop of American military support will soon be gone. In addition, the South Vietnamese will assume increasing responsibility for the resolution of the conflict and full responsibility for determining their own political destiny.
This is the minority
We
flank.
will, of course, extend economic and other assistance to help rebuild in peace the society which has been ravaged by war. Fourth, to reduce American casualties and the suffering of Vietnamese civilians, we will lower the level of violence by reducing offensive operations in the Vietnamese countryside, thus enabling an early withdrawal of a significant number of our troops. We will, of course, at all times, continue to provide all necessary military support in the South for American troops confronted by hostile forces. In this way, we can eliminate all foreign forces from South Vietnam. Our troops will leave, and those of North Vietnam will also depart. It will be up to the South Vietnamese to achieve a political and social reconciliation among their warring people. We will also seek to enlist the participation of international authority to guarantee troop withdrawals and the granting of asylum to political refugees. Thus, we can reasonably anticipate that as we leave, the Vietnamese will be well on their way to a solution of their own problems and a government in which all can have a share of power and responsibility. We are also resolved to have no more Vietnams. We accept as basic each nation's right to choose its political, economic, and social system. Our deep concern for the welfare of human beings everywhere will be expressed through economic and technical assistance, predominantly under international auspices. We shall neither assume the role of the world's policeman nor lend our support to corrupt, oppressive regimes unwilling to work for essential reforms and lacking the consent of the governed. Above all, we shall avoid the unilateral use of military means where the issues are political in nature and our national security is not involved.
Well, that's it. That's the peace plank or the minority plank. And the essential difference hinges on the bombing.
Distinguished counsel of the committee, Charlie Davis, for the reading of the majority and minority report.
The majority report wants some reciprocal act from Hanoi. The minority says a unilateral risk in behalf of peace.
Appear on the program in connection with the consideration of the minority report. Please report to the podium.
We understand that the mechanics of this debate
Ken O'Donnell of Massachusetts
will provide for alternating. But the mechanics of this debate will be handled in such a way that we will have alternating points of view. First, a speaker in behalf of the majority report, to be followed then by a speaker in behalf of the minority report, rather than having all the arguments for one side all at once and all the arguments for the other side all at once. We'll be back after this message from Gulf.
Is it ready? The rules to be followed, the parliamentary rules to be followed during the debate are now being discussed. As I think you said, Chet, the plan is to alternate speakers for the majority and minority planks. So the language is clear to everybody. The majority plank is, of course, the plank drawn up by the platform committee. It supports, word for word almost, the policies now pursued by President Johnson. The minority plank was submitted from the floor to the floor by a minority of the members of the platform committee objecting to the policies now being pursued in Vietnam and offering an alternative. Senator Muskie of Maine is now about to speak for the majority, the platform committee's plank. Let's go to the rest of
Chairman, and delegates to this convention, sometimes in the emotion of the debate on Vietnam, we overemphasize our differences and ignore our wide areas of agreement. No responsible leader wants unilateral withdrawal. None seeks to escalate the war. All major participants in this debate seek a negotiated political settlement and an end to the war. All call for an end to the bombing, a ceasefire, and withdrawal of all foreign troops from South Vietnamese soil. And finally, all look forward to the day when the fighting ends and we and other industrial nations of the world can join in a concerted effort to rebuild both North and South Vietnam. The disagreement among us involves the question of finding the most effective way of moving toward a political settlement and an end of the war. Some would have us take another unilateral action and stop all bombing north of the 17th parallel, period, hoping that this would somehow induce the North Vietnamese to respond accordingly. Others cannot understand why, if the North Vietnamese truly want a negotiated settlement, they refuse to provide a meaningful indication that they are prepared to respond to further de-escalation on our part. They argue that successive unilateral steps by us to de-escalate the war without the slightest response from Hanoi will serve to prolong the war, not to shorten it, and result in needless casualties for South Vietnamese civilians, for our own boys, and those of our allies. Mr. Chairman, the two planks before us reflect these differences of opinion. There are real differences, but the dividing line is not the desire for peace or war. The dividing line is limited to means, not ends. Both versions call for an end to bombing in North Vietnam. The majority does so within the framework of protection of our troops in the field. The minority does not consider such bombing to be relevant to troop protection. The majority leaves the question of timing and tactics to the President and his negotiators. The minority attempts to dictate tactics from this political convention. Both versions call for withdrawal of foreign troops from South Vietnam. The majority calls for negotiation of an immediate end or limitation of hostilities and the withdrawal from South Vietnam of all foreign forces. The minority refers to a phased withdrawal over a relatively short period of time. The practical difference, if any, between these two versions is negligible. Both planks address themselves to the post-war government of South Vietnam. The majority looks to negotiations between the interested parties and to free elections carried out, if necessary, under international supervision to protect the rights of all the citizens of South Vietnam. The minority provides no equivalent protection once troops are withdrawn. The minority would force a coalition government on South Vietnam without any encouragement toward free elections. Both plans suggest a reduction in the intensity of the war in South Vietnam and a shift of responsibility to the South Vietnamese for defensive operations, even prior to a final agreement with the North Vietnamese and the National Liberation Front. Both plans support economic assistance in Southeast Asia with increased emphasis on regional and multilateral cooperation. Both plans suggest new directions in our relations with the countries of Southeast Asia. I wish, Mr. Chairman, there had been an accommodation within the Platform Committee. I wish a spirit of compromise had moved to resolve the differences. Each of these planks commits us to an early negotiated settlement. Each supports the idea of calculated risks to move us toward that settlement. The choice is this: a negotiated settlement with or a negotiated settlement without safeguards to protect free elections. A negotiated settlement which forces a coalition government on the South Vietnamese, or one that supports their right to decide that question. A bombing halt with or a bombing halt without consideration of the air protection for our troops against military risks arising north of the demilitarized zone. The kind of protection, I remind you, that brought relief to our boys at Khe Sanh. Mr. Chairman, I urge the adoption of the majority plank.
My fellow delegates, the next speaker will be the leader of the minority, and after he has spoken, the chairman and the minority leader will be in charge of the time until the debate on this issue is closed, and will alternately present their speakers. The chair now has the honor, and I deem it a high privilege, of presenting one of my best friends, one of my finest colleagues in the House of Representatives, a distinguished congressman from the great state of California, a hard-working and dedicated American who will manage this matter on behalf of the minority. I take pleasure in presenting to you the Honorable Philip Burton, representative in Congress from the state of California.
Could they move this up some more and remove that? Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I am honored on behalf of my colleagues on the platform committee who filed the minority report, Ken O'Donnell of Massachusetts, Governor Phil Hoff of Vermont, Eleanor French of New York, Don Kirchhofer of Pennsylvania, and on behalf of virtually all of the 174 voting Kennedy delegates from the great delegation from California. Before I say the few things I have on my mind, I would like to pay special note and tribute to our permanent chairman, our great majority leader, a man who is known to all to be eminently fair, eminently thoughtful, eminently considerate, and who was overwhelmingly renominated just yesterday for re-election in his district in Oklahoma, Carl Albert, our majority leader. The minority plank that has been read and that you have before you was a result of a collaborative effort by the distinguished Democratic nominee, former Congressman from Ohio, and the Democratic nominee and next United States Senator from Ohio, Jack Gilligan, the distinguished Attorney General from the state of Illinois, our Democratic nominee and the next Senator to represent the great state of Illinois, William Clark,
and the skillful advice and assistance of Ted Sorensen, Pierre Salinger representing George McGovern, and Dick Goodwin representing Senator McCarthy. And as one uncommitted delegate to this convention, I would hope and submit that the deliberations on this issue will be on their merits. The issue of peace and war is much too important to have any of the delegates concerned about the welfare of their candidate reject a proposition if they otherwise believe it to be sound, simply because they fear it may adversely reflect on the nomination of their favorite. We who support the minority report represent individuals who are not only in all of the various camps but uncommitted as well, and all of us urge that you listen to us with an open mind and that you weigh the debate on the merits, as I'm sure you will. Now, as for me, I am opposed to the current course and conduct of the war in Vietnam. I view this war as an effort to resolve by military means problems that are essentially political, social, and economic. I view this conflict as essentially an indigenous one, where the people in Vietnam are just seeking to have the opportunity and the right to carve out their own destiny without the oppression or the dictation of the Japanese, as they did during the 1940s, without the oppression or the dictation of the French, as they did in the 1950s, and I'm certain they view our effort in that area no different than the other two countries that had prevented them, in my view, from rearranging and determining the course of events as they saw fit. And I submit if we continue our effort in Vietnam, we're going to wander more and more into the jungle myths of Asia. I fear that many more Vietnamese will be killed, many more brave Americans will perish, many mothers and fathers will weep, and this great nation will be cast over by a shadow that only the passage of time will dispel. History will judge this nation and this convention, in my view, harshly if we fail to act or contribute in any manner that we may to the prolongation of this war or its escalation. At a time when this nation still mourns the tragic death of one of its vital young leaders, seeks answers to the causes of violence within our society, is it not apparent to all but those who dare not see that this war bears great responsibility for the atmosphere in which we find ourselves? By our conduct, we have affirmed that in the affairs of nation, war and violence are acceptable instruments in solving differences. Is it any wonder that in the affairs of men, resorting to violence becomes more frequent? Mr. Chairman, as the war in Vietnam continues, and we find ourselves committed to more money expended in any given month to destroy the countryside some 10,000 miles away than we spend in a full year in our war on poverty at home, I would think that this is not acceptable. As we find that we spend more in a year in Vietnam than we spend in all the great income maintenance programs of this nation, I would think that that's not acceptable. And as we find, and we know that education is a desperate problem in this land, that we spend more money in 2 weeks in destruction in Vietnam than we spend under the Federal Elementary and Secondary Act to educate the youth of our land. And I think that any nation whose resources are spent in a way where we spend so much more on destruction than we do on reconstruction and reconciliation at home must reorder its priorities. So may I say Is it not time to say, let us disengage? Is it not time to act in a way as to de-escalate the conflict? How much more of the lifeblood of this nation must be shed? How many more needs of our people must go unmet and promises of a better life go unfulfilled? How long must we wait before we heed the voices of men and women of goodwill who across this land call for peace?
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege now to introduce the Honorable Gail McGee, the distinguished senator from Wyoming. Senator McGee.
Mr. Chairman, our role here today is to take the two proposed planks and assess them in terms of their capabilities of winning for us the chance to make a real peace. And I would like to suggest to the members of these delegations that we dare not leave out the history of which we're a part now in reaching that assessment. What it says is that as we focus intently on Vietnam, we cannot irresponsibly ignore its impact on the surrounding areas. That's the way the question began in the first place. The assaults around and across the 17th parallel occurred at the very moment that North Vietnamese troops were occupying large sections of Laos. They occurred while sections of Cambodia were also occupied, and northeastern Thailand and Burma. What this says to us is that it cannot be divorced from the whole of Southeast Asia. And thus the issue confronting us becomes a measuring of the impact of the two proposed planks, not alone on Vietnam, but of all of the East in our united quest for peace in that area. We stand here today in this convention nearly a quarter of a century after we committed to assist and to shield the newly independent governments of Southeast Asia in achieving a measure of dignity through independence. A whole generation of new leaders, a whole generation of new governments, a whole generation of new economic and social programs in all of those small lands have been undertaken in the expectation that the United States would assist in trying to achieve some semblance of orderly change in the area. That's what's at stake now. It behooves us to ask ourselves, what happens if we withdraw so rapidly without any measure of the consequences elsewhere? What happens to Laos when we leave? They're gone. What happens to Cambodia? What happens to the neighboring nations? Little Singapore has reminded us that if we recede before their own infrastructure of security can be realized, that their days are numbered. The Tunku of Malaysia, when he was here, reminded us of the same grim note. If Southeast Asia comes unraveled, who then can vouch for the capabilities of preventing the unhinging of Korea and all that that portends. You see, so much hangs on this tiny little place on the globe called Korea. It is all cut from the same fabric of the entire world. The world has become a matter of massive concern to us because of our role of leadership into which the history of our time has cast us. And that's why it has been so difficult to untangle the many threads running through the complications and problems in a place like Vietnam. But that ought to warn us all against absolute judgment, against knowing for sure that the other guy is wrong and only I am right. It ought to humble us as we seek the wisest way. In my judgment, the majority platform plank keeps open the most of those options for us. And I would add, my friends, that as we seek some reasonable, restrained measure of survival in this nuclear age, that surely we understand that Republicans and Democrats aren't the only ones involved. Indeed, it is the world. And the problems are bigger than either party. They're much larger than a convention floor. And it seems to me it's imperative that this great convention supply the next president of the United States with those same free options to lead toward peace, and not hobble him with restraints and particulars. That this convention likewise not complicate the tasks of negotiators. The world is too small, the times too frightening for the playing of political games with not our own fate alone, but with the direction of hope in the globe. And this is why I submit the basic difference between the two platform planks is the options that are ours after November. The times will change before the ink on this platform is dry. We have to point a direction. We dare not freeze a situation. And the majority platform plank does that. The world is round. The United States is a part of it. There's no longer a place to hide. We have to make our peace with it and around it, and our role is that of rising to the responsibilities of our leadership in the world.
Here. Frank McGee reports that something is doing in the New York delegation. Frank?
I yield 4 minutes.
This cluster of New York delegates around their standard here is confusing, but it's not terribly portentous. What they're trying to do is to arrange and agree among themselves to hold a caucus and decide how this large delegation is going to vote on the main question, which is the nomination for president. They want to meet, and they want to set some rules before they meet about no speechifying by anybody, and just establish the rules under which they will gather and decide how this delegation will vote on the question of the presidential nominee. Frank McGee, now back to the booth.
Paul O'Dwyer, candidate for the United States Senate from New York, has just been introduced to speak in behalf of the minority resolution.
I've got 4 minutes. Fellow delegates, you are called upon here not so much to dwell upon a platform, a majority report, or a minority report, but in truth to rescue this convention. In his invocation, Rabbi Cohen said, quoting the prophet, "The whole head is sick and the whole heart is faint." let us hope that the rabbi was not a prophet of the deliberations of this convention by the result that comes from your vote here today. You are called upon not so much to listen to argument about the minority report or the majority report, because that's mere rhetoric. You are called upon to pass the majority report to actually approve of 4 more years of the same, and that's precisely what it is. It is altogether too late here for us to begin to discuss the merits of the war in Vietnam. That question has been presented to 7 million Democrats across this nation. That question was presented in the states where there are primaries, and the people have found an indictment of that war. They have returned an indictment that the war is unconscionably cruel, that it is highly immoral, that it is disastrously wasteful, and that it is unbelievably savage. They have concluded that $30 billion that is wasted in that war could well be spent to relieve the burdens and the problems in the inner city and poverty in our country areas. That it could be spent to dispose of the inequities that exist and last within us. That we have now a chance here to reprieve ourselves. We have a chance at least to eliminate the sickness and the faintness that has come over us. We have failed once already. We have put the brand of racism upon this convention by failing to heed the minority reports already of those who would seek equality. Let us once and for all, let us prove to the young people of America that the difference between us and the Republicans is not rhetoric, as they say it is. Let us not give them an argument from this point on for leaving us as they will unless we pass a meaningful plank with respect to Vietnam. Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to present the distinguished governor of the great state of Missouri, the Honorable Warren Hines. Governor Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I know full well that the delegates will be exposed in this debate to a great amount of oratory, a great amount of emotionalism, and I come before you with neither. I know full well that many of the delegates here today have already made up their mind as to how they will vote on this particular issue. I'd like to address myself, if I may, to the people back home who are listening by radio or watching on their television sets, and point out to them that we have two planks, a majority and a minority, of which we must take one or the other. I support the majority plank because I think that it is the better of the two.
Frank McGee has a report on another development on the convention floor. Frank?
Yes, Chet, as I reported a while ago, the New York delegation is trying to organize itself now so that it can caucus sometime early this afternoon and decide how to vote on the presidential nominations. Now, completely separate from that move, there is another movement stirring in that same delegation, New York. And to talk about it, I have with me a historian from the University of Rochester, Mr. Loren Barrett. Now, Mr. Barrett, tell me what it is you're pushing here, what it is you're trying to do.
What we're trying to do is indicate to the convention and to the American people that in the melancholy event that Humphrey gets the nomination, that the convention will have failed in its obligation to decide on peace and war and on justice or repression for the American city. If Humphrey gets the nomination, we will have to conclude that we are being driven out of the Democratic Party.
Well, what specifically will you do to illustrate this?
We're trying right now to organize a walkout when Humphrey begins his acceptance speech. Hopefully we'll have several hundred delegates. It looks like we're going to succeed.
Now, you say it looks like you're going to succeed. How many supporters do you have in this large New York delegation for this movement?
I can't. We've just begun about an hour ago. At this moment, we have approximately 45.
Out of the New York delegation.
Yes.
Now, what other states might be inclined to join you in such a protest meeting?
It's early to say that, too, but we're hoping to get support in California and Wisconsin, among others. I've already had some indications of support from both of those delegations.
Would you repeat those delegations again, please?
California and Wisconsin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Loren Barrett's a historian trying to organize a move to walk out if and when Mr. Humphrey makes an acceptance speech. Now you're Sander Van Oker.
Okay. I'm down here in the Pennsylvania delegation with Mr. Don Kershaw for a delegate. You filed papers to nominate Philip Hoff, sir, did you not, for the vice presidency last night?
Right, yes, last night.
Well, now look, how can you do that? Mr. Hoff is a supporter of McCarthy. He is on the minority side on the platform committee. Indeed, he was part of the drafting committee of it. How can you nominate somebody with a view like that to run with the vice president who's affirmed the majority position?
Well, the vice president hasn't been nominated yet, and whoever is nominated, I think that the peace view of significant politicians in the United States has to be shown to the people of the United States.
But realistically, if you were the Republican candidate and you had, say, Mr. Humphrey and Governor Hoff on the ticket, wouldn't this just present a splendid opportunity of two divergent views?
Well, I think obviously it would, but I think that you can't deny the two divergent views in the Democratic Party at this time, and they must have a voice in the administration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Don Kershaw for Pennsylvania. Now back to the booth.
Mr. Chairman, it's a rare honor to introduce a man who, if President Kennedy had any right arm, it was this man, the honorable delegate from the state of Massachusetts, Kenneth O'Donnell.
Thank you, Congressman, Mr. Chairman, and fellow delegates. I come to you to speak on behalf of the Minority Report. I represent no candidate. We, those of us who had the privilege of being associated with President Kennedy in his days in the White House and associated again with Senator Robert Kennedy in his quest for the impossible dream, joined together because we felt so strongly that someone must pick up the standard, that someone must face up to the grave crisis that faces the United States of America, both here at home and abroad. I served in all the deliberations of the Platform Committee and on the staff that drafted this report, and I too joined the chairman and the members for the very constructive approach to the problems and the crises here in the United States. But I would like to present to this convention a platform that the chairman suggested, which really is the most forward-looking document that perhaps this Democratic Party or the United States has ever seen. It speaks to the great problems of the United States, the problems of the city, the problems of civil rights, the problem that the Kerner Report addressed itself to, the problems of the lack of education of many of our citizens, the problem of our older citizens, of labor, of old age, of all of the things that affect the United States of America. And it speaks to them in terms of a crisis that must be met. We in the Platform Committee wrote a document that looks to the future and not to the past, until a plank was introduced that, in my judgment, does not face the crises of the future. The platform we wrote calls upon you, as delegates, Congress, to face up to the problems of America. It calls upon us to spend billions and billions of dollars to carry out the recommendations and the suggestions that we incorporated in our platform and that you will adopt at some stage today. billions of dollars of new money to meet the crisis in the cities, to help our mayors, to help the states meet their own problems at home. And ladies and gentlemen, it is the height of irresponsibility for us to adopt a platform to recommend to the Congress programs that in fact we are not capable of funding in the Congress of the United States. In the last Congress of the United States, due to the inability of us to meet our obligations abroad, our balance of payments, and even the unworthy programs that are now before us that are just beginning to meet the grave problems of over 100 years of neglect, we were forced to watch a Congress of the United States, in order to appear to be responsible or even be responsible, cut the budget $6 billion in the last Congress, and they cut it out of all of the programs that are affecting the lives of every single American, out of our programs in health, in education, and the problems that face our children. Ladies and gentlemen, we are recommending at this moment a budget to the Congress of the United States which will cause a great increase in expenditures to meet these problems. And we will not have the money unless we are able in some fashion to disengage ourselves from the expenditures not only of our best treasure, our young men, but the fact we are spending $30 billion a year in a foreign adventure in South Vietnam. It must end. We have said unconditional bombing, halt, because this is a prerequisite that Hanoi has suggested, or they will not talk. Let the majority report not delude us. It does not change one iota from what we have suggested in the past. We suggest we look to the future. Let us recognize there is a civil war in Vietnam between the Saigon government and many other indigenous forces, the Viet Cong, but many others. Let us recognize that fact. The minority report says they must negotiate with each other about their own country and let Hanoi go home and let the United States bring her 600,000 troops home. That's what we seek. And lastly, let me just complete. Let us not delude the American people that we can adopt this platform in its domestic sense, meet our responsibilities for vast expenditures of money to meet the problems of the United States of America, and continue a foreign adventure, a foreign engagement that is costing us $30 billion a year. This is the height of irresponsibility, and let us not leave this convention as the Republicans left Miami, promising all things to all people. Thank you very much.
We'll be right back with the continuation of this debate after this message from Gulf.
Mrs. Jared Joseph of Minnesota, the National Committee woman, has just been introduced on the rostrum. She will speak for the majority report.
Calls for the election of a government in South Vietnam. An election in which all parties and factions may participate. The minority report demands that the Saigon government now, before an election and before a ceasefire, negotiate with the Communist National Liberation Front to create a government which is made up of all elements in South Vietnam. My friends, what is our only purpose in Vietnam? It is to provide conditions under which the people of South Vietnam may know peace and begin the long process of recovery and development. I believe that the election of a truly representative government is the only way to lasting peace. And I believe that an imposed coalition government is no more than a stepping stone to a disruptive, long-term communist takeover. The minority plank does not mention free election. We all want an end to that war in Southeast Asia. Not just some of us, but all of us. We deplore the political tactics sometimes used by the Saigon government. We are all frustrated by the very hard role of being an ally and not the supreme commander. But if we want a lasting answer in Vietnam, if we want a government which truly has the support of the people, then the people themselves must choose their leaders. Freedom of choice, self-determination, the right of people to choose. These are the themes of America's message to the world. So it has been and so it is now. If we abandon a nation for which we have fought so hard and so long, if we abandon it at the moment when realizations are in sight, then what hope can there be for people in Eastern Europe? What hope for people throughout the world for whom self-determination is still no more?
To that tortured nation, but what it has done to America, to our plans, to our ideals, to our image of ourselves as a people. We have not only devastated Vietnam, but we have distorted the vision of America. We went to Vietnam to help, but now we remain to destroy. We did not intend it so, but as Tacitus once said, we have created a desert and called it peace. We wanted the people of the UN, of Vietnam, to live in freedom. Now our concern is that they be able to live at all. We went there to preserve freedom. Now there is no freedom in Vietnam, north or south. We wanted to save the children of Vietnam from tyranny. Now we want to save them from death. And what of ourselves? And what of our people? And what of our sons? We have lost 25,000 young American lives in Vietnam, lives and talents which this nation desperately needs for the solution of our problems at home. We have spent $100 billion, money and resources which again are needed for the repair of the ravages in our own societies. Scripture says, what father, if asked by his son for bread, would give him a stone? Our young men have asked for a chance to build and develop, and we have sent them overseas to destroy and to kill. Our young black people have asked to be trained for a job.
I'm standing here on the floor with Richard Goodwin, who is the floor manager for the minority position here. Excuse me, I don't want to interrupt you, but how are you doing, Mr. Goodwin?
Well, I think we're doing very well. We seem to be picking up strength everywhere among the delegations on this minority flank. And, of course, we have support across the board of Humphrey people, Kennedy people, McCarthy people, McGovern people.
Do you have any idea what the count might be?
Well, I think it doesn't pay to guess so soon to the end. But I think...
What about this pamphlet that's being distributed around here today? I understand that you're just having to sneak it on the floor.
Sam. Well, John Criswell and the chairman ruled that we could not distribute this pamphlet and refused to let us enter with it into the floor of the convention, although they distributed a lot of material on the other side yesterday. But we have some very ingenious young people. I've
seen some young people going around distributing it.
Well, they're flat ruling against our distributing this little pamphlet which attempts to explain our position, although a lot of material, as you know, has been distributed on the other side. Right. But I think we decided we'd rather get it on the floor than to fight over this kind of an issue. I think it's just another block in the...
do you think that it will have any effect at this point?
Well, I
with
think
the debate going on? Are people reading
those people who are voting because of their interest in the issue and on the issue will be, I think, influenced somewhat by this statement of opposition.
From the point of view of the McCarthy organization, how do you react to the Illinois caucus's decision today to give 112 of its 118 votes to Hubert Humphrey?
Well, I think you found that 90% of the Illinois delegation went to a man who has 30% of his popular strength in the state. I think they have to pay the price someday.
Thank you very much. Richard Goodwin, the floor manager for this minority position. Now to Chet and David.
We'll be back with more of the Vietnam debate after this message from Gulf. Now on the rostrum is Representative Matsunaga of Hawaii, speaking for the majority flank.
The Democratic Party and lead to its defeat in November. Knowing this, we must resolve our differences on this issue with a plank that is at least acceptable to most of us. Unanimity, of course, is not possible. Basically, as Democrats, we can all agree that ours is a peace party. We must not deceive ourselves into thinking that we are being asked now to choose between a peace plank and a war plank. Both the majority and minority planks offer a peace plank. Neither should we be misled or confused by the convenient labels of hawks and doves. We are all Democrats concerned with attaining the earliest possible peace in Vietnam. In a real sense, the difference lies in the tactics to be applied in attaining peace in Vietnam. The goal is the same. I rise in support of the majority plank because it offers the realistic approach and, under all the circumstances, the right way. It is a plank which most Americans can and will support.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm honored to introduce one of the early voices in the House.
Frank McGee has a report on the floor. Frank?
I have Martin Stone of the California delegation. Mr. Stone, you're for the minority report. Are you going to win or lose?
I'm hoping we'll win, but I'm not overly confident right now.
Don't you, in fact, fear that you will lose?
I do fear that.
Were you much closer to a victory last night than you are today?
Last night we felt that it was even, Stephen, that we might have been within 30 votes one way or the other.
Under the circumstances, would it not have been wiser to remain in session last night? This is retrospect, of course.
Yes, in retrospect it would have been. However, the thing that's causing the erosion of our votes is that last night an awful lot of the Kennedy delegates who are supporting Humphrey if Kennedy is not in the race were willing to join with us on this because they felt that in order to get Kennedy into the race, they needed a favorable vote on the minority resolution and with reference to the Vietnam plank. Now that Kennedy is definitely out of the race, those votes are going back to the position they had before. We're fighting against it, and we may succeed in holding some of those.
But overall, you think you'll win, and in substance, they would have gone minority in order to get Kennedy, with Kennedy out there going majority.
There are a number of them who are doing that, yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martin Stone of the California delegation. Now back to Chet and David.
To the rostrum, Congressman John Conyers of Michigan, speaking for the minority report.
That the late, beloved Dr. Martin Luther King began to acquaint me with the deeper, more philosophical meanings of nonviolence because he asked me how I could be nonviolent as a person and not help lead the greatest nation in the world to the nonviolent philosophy? I couldn't answer him, and that's why I stand here urging black and white Americans to join us in making this great issue have an honest and deep conviction to all of us everywhere. I can't continue to tell those in the ghettos and slums across America that we can't produce the domestic programs, an America of opportunity for all, when every time I present a program, my own party leaders tell me the war in Vietnam prevents it. We here can change that, and I urge that you act dispositively today. Thank you very much.
We'll be back with more of the Vietnam debate after a message from Gulf. Sander Van Ocker has a report from the floor. Sandy?
2 minutes, and well, he'll have to come back. Wait a minute.
A platform which tends to bind us as our candidates to a continuation of it, not only unnecessarily ties the hand as we're candidates, but in my view, will in all probability
We'll find Sandy later.
Of Democrats everywhere
of Nevada,
in November.
Speaking for the majority
report. We must offer real and substantial hope of ending this conflict if we expect to win. Even though we have some quarrels with the minority plank, a substantial number of Humphrey people take the view that the adoption of it will indicate a desire to rethink and explore new alternatives, and will strengthen our candidates immeasurably. In supporting the minority report, we act in what we consider to be the best interest of all Democratic candidates everywhere. Thank you.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to present my colleague in the House of Representatives, who has served with distinction on the Committee on Foreign Affairs, the Honorable Clement Zablocki of the great state of Wisconsin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have been advised that a rumor has been initiated that Vice President Humphrey does not support the majority plank on Vietnam. I am authorized by Vice President Humphrey to inform the delegates that he fully supports the Vietnam plank.
Now to Sander Van Ocker on the floor.
McGovern's manager here on the campaign floor. Mr. Mankiewicz, what's the count now as far as you can see it on the minority plank of Vietnam?
Well, we're still counting, but we think it's going to be quite close, Andy. We've got people out in all these delegations. People are listening to the debate. They're reading some of the literature that got onto the floor, although the National Committee didn't want us to distribute literature, but somehow it got here, and we think it's going to be very close.
But look, supposing the Vice President wins the nomination, then what good does a plank like this do him anyhow, even if you carry it?
Sandy, we're trying to do for Hubert Humphrey in 1968 what he did for Harry Truman in 1948, which is give him a plank on which the Democrats can possibly win this election.
You better explain that, because we have a whole generation that doesn't know what you're talking about.
Including mine. In 1948, the Democratic platform had a weak civil rights plank. Hubert Humphrey, a candidate for the Senate from Minnesota, came out of the platform committee with a minority report on civil rights, a strong plank that Harry Truman and the managers of the convention, some of whom are still here, didn't want. The convention bought the minority report, passed it. Mr. Truman took it, ran with it enthusiastically, and won the election. If Humphrey is nominated this evening, we think history can repeat itself. We want to give him a plank he can win with.
This sounds like almost a concession speech on the part of Senator McGovern and Senator McCarthy.
No, I just say that if we get this plank, then any candidate can run and win on it. I think we have to concede the vice president seems to have the lead at the moment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Frank Mankiewicz, not Edwin Newman.
Excuse me. I'm with Eugene Nickerson, who's Nassau County Executive in New York State, one of the McCarthy delegates in the New York delegation. Mr. Nickerson, the New York delegation is going for the minority plank, is that right?
Yes, the vote is 148 to 42.
But you don't have any realistic expectation that that plank is going to be adopted, is that right also?
I just can't tell that, Ed. I hope it will be. I think it'd be disastrous if it isn't.
Well, suppose a majority plank is adopted. What will the McCarthy delegates in New York State do?
You mean with
will you accept it? Will you accept it?
I don't think the McCarthy delegates, their major point is that the war is wrong, and they're not going to accept something that says the war is right.
You mean you will not run on the members of the delegation running for office will not run on this plank?
That's right. They will not run on that plank. They think the war is wrong and disastrous, and they're opposed to it, and that's their whole reason for being here.
What is then the point of having this debate on the platform in the convention if you do not accept the platform?
Well, I suppose the convention is going to make a judgment with respect to it. Maybe they're going to be for the war. I think that's wrong.
No. Mr. Nickerson, there's a good deal of talk in your delegation that some people are going to walk out if Humphrey's nominated. Will you?
No, I haven't heard that myself. That may be true.
Will you support Humphrey if he's nominated?
Well, I think Richard Nixon is a disaster, and I certainly would support Humphrey if he's nominated.
Thank you, Mr. Nickerson. Ed Newman, now to Chet Davis.
The next speaker in behalf of the Minority Report is about to be introduced to the rostrum.
State of Maryland, Joe Tidings.
My fellow Americans, I rise to support the minority position on the Vietnam plank. The minority report differs from the majority.
Sandy Van Oker has an interview with Mayor Daley on the floor. To Sandy.
The minority report.
Sir, could you give us the result of the Illinois caucus?
112 votes for Humphrey, 3 for McCarthy, and 3 for McGovern.
Does that sound to you, sir, like it's all over for everyone but Vice President Humphrey?
We'll all know that at the end of the roll call.
Sir, now that it's over, could you give us any guidance at all on what it was all about with Senator Edward Kennedy and your views on the matter now that it's finished?
I wouldn't. I think Edward Kennedy is still a great American, a great statesman, and I know that, with the help of God, he has a great future in America.
Sir, did you, last night when the motion came from Wisconsin, misunderstand where that noise was coming from? You said it was a delegation, it was the galleries. Did you misunderstand that when you said that, sir?
The what?
You remember last night Wisconsin moved to adjourn?
I never think about last night. I'm thinking about today and tomorrow.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Now back to the booth.
Now on the rostrum is Senator Joseph Tidings of Maryland, speaking for the Minority Report.
Of the past, a distinguished spokesman for the majority stated that the practical differences between the two planks are negligible. My fellow delegates, the spirit and the appearances of the majority report is to rubber stamp the present war policy of the United States in relationship to Vietnam. And I submit that we must not compromise with the policies of the past, which have led to that dearly bought deadlock which now exists in South Vietnam. My fellow delegates, for the sake of our nation and all mankind, we must not temporize with one of the most tragic consequences and conspicuous foreign policy disasters in the history of this nation. With this platform, we should renew the spirit of this party, the belief that peace and freedom and human progress will prevail not so much at the end of a gun, but through the seeds of hope and the tools of industry and education.
No nation in the long history of this world approaches our own in its zeal for liberty, its willingness to share its blessings, and to sacrifice in a just cause. Despite our mistakes, our demerits, we are still, as Jefferson said, the last best hope of the world. And my fellow Democrats, we must remain true to that promise in this platform. I thank you.
Be back for the continuation of this debate on the Vietnam flank of the platform in just a moment after this message from Gulf.
NBC News will continue its live coverage of the Democratic National Convention following this pause for station identification.
Obviously, that money can be found, can be made available.
Well, sir, as a mayor of a large city that needs money, all cities do, and as a supporter of the vice president, are you going to support the majority plank or the minority plank on this Vietnam question?
I think that's what this caucus is about. We're going to have to go up and really try to work this one out. It's a hard question because so many of us who happen to support the vice president would like to see a more liberal view on his part. It might well help him if we in the convention force upon him a peace plank, then he could not be held accountable for it having happened, and he'll be committed to running on the platform that we give him.
Is this a wish or a strategy?
Well, I don't know. Right now, it's just some conjecture.
All right, sir, I'll let you go to your caucus, and I'll get back to you. Thank you very much. Mayor Stokes of Cleveland, now back to the booth.
Speaking now in behalf of the majority report, Representative Edna Kelly of New York.
To nominate the man who will be the next president of the world's most powerful nation. We are not here to instruct an ambassador or a general or an errand boy. We have defined our principles as a party. We expect our candidate to run on those principles. We expect him ultimately to conduct the office of president without prejudice to the safety of America, and without prejudice to the safety of Americans, and without prejudice to his long-range effectiveness in filling our peaceful purpose. Do we want Hubert Humphrey, or Eugene McCarthy, or George McGovern, or any other candidate we may choose to go to the peace table with half his cards face up? Do we think that any man we select will do less than his utmost for peace, or in any way deny the peaceful mandate we have given him? No, my fellow Americans. The majority report is sound, it is realistic, it is rational, and it is sufficient. Therefore, let us accept the plank, my fellow delegates, and send our nominee forth as president and not a puppet. I pray you support the majority report.
Mr. Chairman,
we'll be back with more of the debate after this message from Gulf.
Speaking now in behalf of the minority report, Senator Vance Hartke of Indiana.
And how much longer do we have to endure the burden of this immoral war? And how much longer do we have to endure a no-win, a no-peace war, and the fantasy of non-negotiation? And how can we explain to our children this American tragedy? And how can we justify the endless, senseless killing? Today we have the opportunity to stand before the world and to admit that we have made mistakes. Not alone that we have made mistakes, we also have the greater courage today to adopt a new policy. So I say to you, we must start a new policy, and a new day for Southeast Asia and for the United States by making a solemn commitment to peace in Vietnam. A solemn commitment to peace in Vietnam that will finally allow that tortured people to find their own way to life and liberty, and to end the frustrations and the anxiety of our own people. The minority plank can be that first step. It will at least affirm this great party's will to bring about a settlement of the war in Vietnam.
Time has expired.
It will allow us to affirm life, not death, peace, not war, hope, not despair. So, fellow Democrats, I urge you to make the minority plank the majority plank of this convention, so that it will be written, we here today had the courage to do the brave and the honorable thing before God and the world.
To John Chancellor on the convention floor.
One of the unresolved questions here on the floor and in the convention itself is, will there be a recess this afternoon between the ending of the debate and the voting on the Vietnam plank and the resumption of the balloting for president, or the beginning of the balloting for president tonight? The sentiment on the floor, as we've been able to pick it up to here today, is overwhelmingly in favor of a 1 or 2 hour break so that people can talk among themselves, judge the effect of the vote on this debate now, and see if they can apply that to the presidential balloting. Convention officials have told us, however, that it has not even been discussed at the highest levels yet, that they're waiting to see how long this goes, and it's quite an open question. This is John Chancellor on the floor. Now to Frank McGee.
Thank you, John. I have Mr. Don Peterson of the Wisconsin delegation. Mr. Peterson, I understand if the minority report is defeated, there is some kind of demonstration or protest gesture planned by your delegation. Could you tell me about it?
Well, we would like to demonstrate in some dignified manner the great tragedy of this war, the human suffering that is brought about, the thousands of lives that have been lost on both sides, because we think the war is horrendous, and we must not let this party stand in record of being in favor of it.
What form would this gesture take, Mr. Peterson?
Probably a peace song.
Are the delegation rising and singing? Is that the idea?
Yes.
Do you have any idea what the selection will be?
I'm a middle-aged fellow, I don't get involved in these peace meetings.
You don't often serve as choir master.
No, not choir master, but I've heard them often enough, so I'm sure I can join in and lend my hoarse voice to it.
One further question, Mr. Peterson. We had a report a while ago from a delegate from New York who was trying to mount a campaign to have delegations walk off the floor when Mr. Humphrey begins his acceptance speech. He claimed he'd found some support in your delegation. I'd like to put that story to rest. Did he or did he not?
No, we would not do this. I wouldn't do that if Governor Maddox were the candidate. It would be a disrespectful act, and we shouldn't do it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Peterson. Now back to Chet and David.
Here, Salinger is speaking in behalf of the Minority Report.
For me, this debate is the end of a long road which started in March, when the people of New Hampshire responded to the campaign of Senator McCarthy. And when Robert Kennedy added his powerful voice to the struggle by announcing his candidacy for president. It was the issue of Vietnam and his deeply held feelings that the killing had to stop that motivated Robert Kennedy to become a candidate for president. A bullet stilled that voice, but he is here today, and if he were alive today, he would be on that platform speaking for this minority plank. Thank you.
What are they saying?
It was the invocation of the name of Robert Kennedy that touched off this response.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I have the great honor.
That's the first display of any real enthusiasm since this debate started.
And now, ladies and gentlemen,
I could be mistaken. It was also the first time that the name of Robert F. Kennedy was mentioned. And
the chant is, "We want peace." It's coming mainly from the California delegation. That's California and South Dakota.
Wisconsin. Some in New York. The Czech Chancellor.
And now, ladies and gentlemen,
the
the
first
next
major
speaker.
anti-war demonstration here on the floor. People, as you can see, have brought in all kinds of literature and signs. They were told they couldn't bring in regular signs, so they have printed on pieces of newspaper this Stop the War emblem, which was printed hastily overnight and was smuggled into the hall. And this is an indication of some of the sentiment that lies behind here in the Vermont delegation, the New York delegation there, all through this part of the hall. The intense feelings people have brought to this debate on the minority and majority planks on Vietnam. These delegates are not apathetic, and they're proving it in the literature they have smuggled in here.
Speaking in behalf of the majority report, Senator Frank Moss of Utah.
We all want to end the war. We all abhor killing. But I say to you that as a great political party and as a great nation leader of the world, we must pursue this goal with responsibility, with intellect, with intelligence, just as we are pursuing now the negotiations in Paris in the hopes of finding a political solution, a negotiated solution. And I say to you that the majority plank spells out the way that the next President of the United States can responsibly end the war. If we permit our simple emotions to carry us away from our intellectual consideration of the position we are going to take, then we cannot end the war in a way that will achieve peace in Southeast Asia nor peace anywhere else on the globe. If you will listen for just a moment, the majority report says negotiate with Hanoi an immediate end or limitation to the hostilities and withdrawal from South Vietnam of all foreign forces, but at the same time, the majority report does not attempt to tie the hands of the American and Allied leaders and men who must make the strategic
and tactical decisions on the scene and at the top levels of authority. The Minority Report would have us tell the enemy that we commit ourselves to reduce arbitrarily the bombing with no evidence of their having to agree to reduce their hostility. To do this is irresponsible and constitutes greatly increased peril for our troops. Again I say to you, our goal is peace. Peace that will endure. Peace that protects a non-aggressor who wishes to live with self-government. Peace which is precious to every mortal on this planet and must be sought with diligence and be available to small and great, mighty and weak, brown and yellow, black and white. The majority plank realistically seeks this goal.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to personally note that the previous speaker is one of the outstanding and most effective and progressive members of the United States Senate. I'm proud to call him my friend. He's an able member of this party, and all of us who serve with him in the House and Senate know that to be the fact. At this time, I would like to introduce the most able and effective senator from the state of Rhode Island, a man who played a very effective role in the drafting and platform committee, the Honorable Claiborne Pell.
Mr. Chairman, fellow Democrats, we have three questions we should ask ourselves. First, looking at the broad sweep of history, should we, to save a nation's government, seek to destroy its institutions and its people? The answer is obviously no. Secondly, should we be guided here by raw emotion, or by face, or by false pride, or should we be guided by thought and by reason? And as we make this decision, let us not forget that young men, young Americans, white and black, are being killed, and 10 times as many young men, yellow, and old men and children are being killed. And third, will we lose more American lives by ceasing the bombing of the North? My answer is no. If we would drop... we just have 2 minutes, so please don't applaud. To drop our people down 15 or 20 miles lower, you would find the same tactical effect could be achieved and not a single American life in addition lost. There is another thought I would like to share with you, and that is my own experience as a member of the Foreign Relations Committee. I went on it 4 years ago, 30 seconds. New and inexperienced, and we had open minds. At the end of the 4 years or 3 years, the vast majority of our men debating and studying the problem have come out against it. Thank you. Neither plank is perfect, I recognize that, but the minority plank is the best, and as one who supported Kennedy, one of 3 senators, and one who intends tonight to vote for Hubert Humphrey, I think this is a plank on which he can proudly run, and I urge the support of the minority plank.
Senator Claiborne Pell of Rhode Island. Now to the convention floor and to Edwin Newman.
I'm with Senator Birch Bayh of Indiana. Senator Bayh, your position is one that I think has not been heard very much. You don't like the majority plank. You don't like the minority plank either.
I'm unhappy about both of them, Ed. I don't like to be in that position. In about 30 minutes, I'm going to have to vote on both of them, either vote up or down. When I came back from Vietnam, I was extremely concerned about some things that were going on over there. There hasn't been, for example, in the minority plank, which I find a considerable amount to recommend it. With the exception, I wish they would just say they would stop the bombing period and not go into the unconditional aspect and to put us on record there to tie our hands in the event our adversaries would do something that we can't foresee right now. I personally feel that there's something to be gained right now to try it, to see if this will get us to the meaningful bargaining table.
Well, have you decided how you're going to vote?
Well, on the other hand, no, I haven't. On the other hand, the minority plank doesn't say anything about dealing with corruption. It doesn't say anything about the need for election and for an international presence there to see that there is some rudimentary democracy.
But these planks have been reconciled, do you think, Senator LeBon?
Oh, this is what makes me sick right to the pit of my stomach. It seems to me that there's been a formulation between the two sides here, and each one looks at their position as a cause célèbre. There's no give and take. There's a lot more in common in those two planks than there is difference. But what we're doing is each side is determined that they're going to go to the mat for those few differences and cause all of this friction that's going to make it extremely difficult this fall.
Thank you, Senator By. Senator Birchby of Indiana. This is Edwin Newman, now to Sander Vanoker.
I'm here with Mr. Stanley Lowell of the New York delegation, a strong supporter of the Vice President. Mr. Lowell, we hear there's an attempt on the part of people like yourself and others to get a minority plank to become the majority plank on Vietnam and give this to the President, to the Vice President, if he gets the nomination. Is there any truth to this?
Well, I spoke yesterday at the New York caucus, Sandy, as a Humphrey friend for 20 years and one of the people who've been organizing the Humphrey caucus here in New York. I took the position before the caucus in behalf of the minority plank, the so-called peace plank, and I said to the delegation that I felt that if we put this in the platform, that if the peace plank won, that we would do for Hubert Humphrey, my friend, in 1968, what he did so very effectively for Harry Truman in 1948. And with that speech, not by me alone, by others, I'm sure, feeling the same way, we succeeded in switching over half of the Humphrey delegates in New York State to a position of supporting of the minority plank. And our vote is going to go 148 for the minority plank and 42 for the majority plank.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stanley Lowell. Now back to the booth.
The speaker now is Congressman William Fitz Ryan of New York.
The neglect of our domestic problems is an inevitable result of the war in Vietnam. As a Democrat, I believe that our party must repudiate that policy. If it does, it offers the possibility for change, vision, and confidence upon which we can go forth from this campaign to lead America to new heights and new horizons.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I have the great honor to present Senator Georgia Davis, who is the first black Kentuckian to be elected to the state Senate in the history of that great Commonwealth, and she is also the first lady to be elected to the legislature of the state of Kentucky. Mrs. Davis.
Mr. Chairman, fellow delegates, there is one argument in the minority report which needs to be dealt with honestly and bluntly. That has to do with the quote, but for, end quote, argument. Too often we hear, but for Vietnam. We would have the resources to rebuild our cities. Yes, we must rebuild our cities. And we have the resources to rebuild our cities even with Vietnam and our current defense budget. It all depends on whether we would rather rebuild our cities than have a third car, or a fourth television set, or a swimming pool in every backyard of high-income families. I believe the American people want to mount a massive campaign for eliminating the slums and have the kind of education and health and environment pledged in our new platform. I believe we can afford it. We have no right to use Vietnam as an excuse. If we spent 1/10 as much of our time and effort impressing upon our Congress both the programs and the policies on the one hand and the tax policies on the other needed to do the job, we could win the war on poverty and solve the urban crisis. If today you and I paid our federal taxes at the rates which prevailed before the tax cut of 1964, the federal government would get $25 billion more revenue each year. The recently enacted surcharge yields less than 1/2 of that amount. I think you will agree that no one of us suffered severely under the 1963 tax rates. I think part of the needed boost to the economy should have come in the form of more investment in solving city and poverty problems, and part in tax cuts rather than all in tax reductions. If Vietnam peace came tomorrow, too many Americans would favor using the peace dividend for a tax cut rather than to rebuild our cities. It is all wrong to assume that we would meet our domestic problems but for Vietnam. The point is that we have the resources now, yes, even while the war is going on, and we will have them even after the war. But the city crisis is too serious to fool ourselves with slogans that the only reason why we are not meeting the needs at home is Vietnam. That is why I believe that the emphasis on the but-for Vietnam issue in the minority plank is so misleading and so harmful. It takes our attention away from where it is needed, namely on the appropriate domestic policies to meet our domestic needs, enough appropriations to carry out our priority programs, and enough revenue to pay the bill, and we can afford it.
Here's a report from John Chancellor on the floor. John?
The nation is on its feet in one of these small and characteristic turmoils that come up at political conventions. The story is this. Abraham Ribicoff wants to rejoin the delegation, the Connecticut delegation, from which he resigned some months ago. The reason for that is, unless he sits in the delegation, he can't give a seconding or a nominating speech for his candidate, Senator McGovern. So they're now talking about having one of the McCarthy supporters on the Connecticut delegation resign so that Abraham Ribicoff can come and sit in this call and participate formally in the convention. And that's what the crowd is all about in the Connecticut delegation. Now back to Chet and Dave.
To be first things first. The majority plank, on the other hand, leaves the future of American foreign policy in the hands of an unresponsive Saigon government, a regime that has denied the right
on the rostrum is Representative Henry Royce
denies the right to vote
of Wisconsin.
To neutralists, that recently passed into jail for 5 years the runner-up in the presidential election because he dared to advocate compromise. I say that we must not give Saigon our proxy to conduct the foreign policy of the United States. We must not give them a blank check that we shall have to honor with American lives and American treasure. We made our mistake when we followed the advice of Richard M. Nixon to send an American land army into Vietnam. We must find our way. We must adopt the minority plank and say there shall be no more Vietnam. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have the high privilege of introducing one of the young members of Congress who is serving with distinction from the great state of Arkansas, the Honorable David Pryor, Congressman Pryor.
Mr. Chairman, fellow Democrats, every person in this great convention hall and every American awaiting the decisions that we make has one paramount hope, one sincere desire, and that is peace in Vietnam. It is my firm belief that a strong, thorough, frank, and open discussion of the two planks pertaining to Vietnam today must and will create a new sense of unity within this party and within this nation, and will aid in healing the emotional overtones which pervade this issue. Yes, Mr. Chairman, today's debate must serve to review the degrees of differences that we have on this issue. But most importantly, Mr. Chairman, most importantly for our party and for this nation, it must emphasize our fundamental agreements. The first area of agreement must be that peace is the goal of the Democratic Party, and on this we must be united. That in our party the only difference of opinion is how to best achieve this peace permanently, honorably, and quickly. That this long, ugly conflict that has divided the nation of Vietnam in Southeast Asia, that we as a party and that we as a people must not let it divide our own. That we are unified.
To John Chancellor on the convention floor.
One of the strongest political indications you can get of the mood of a convention floor is in the paraphernalia people distribute around on it. With me is Edward McCormick of the Massachusetts delegation, a distinguished Democrat, and you're doing a kind of a menial chore there. You're giving away McCarthy, Humphrey, I am a Humphrey delegate fund.
Yeah, Humphrey, John, and actually we ran short of them. I went up to get some. I'm doing some work with the Florida delegation for the Vice President, and I walked down and people see them, and last night I couldn't give them away. Today I could sell them. You know, it's a great sign of the strength that...
But it is a real sign of the change in a mood. I've seen all kinds of people coming up to you asking for these Humphrey buttons.
And they want them for their delegation. I started over to Florida. This is the second box I started with. I haven't got there yet. Maybe I should just close them up and not let people see that they're Humphrey buttons. Then I can get them to my people.
I know you didn't have any doubt about the outcome before, but this makes you feel even more secure about it, doesn't it?
You get a feeling about these things, John. It's something at any convention you get a feeling. It's pervasive, and there was fairly fluid feeling the first night and last night, and today I think it helped a great deal by Ted Kennedy's unequivocal statement that he's no longer a candidate. The feeling is good.
Right. Thank you very much. Edward McCormick, who is practically selling the Humphrey buttons here. Now, here's Edwin Newman.
I'm with an Ohio delegate, Howard Metzenbaum. Mr. Metzenbaum, you say that a movement is taking shape in your delegation that would make it possible for either McCarthy or McGovern to take second place with Humphrey. Is that right?
That's correct. I think there are a number of delegates who feel that the votes are pretty obvious that Humphrey has the nomination at this time. Now the question is a matter of getting a vice presidential candidate that will be more reflective of the views of great sentiment in this convention that thinks that the peace plank is not adequate at the present time.
Well, you mean that the idea is to make the minority plank the majority plank so that either McCarthy or McGovern would feel comfortable with it and run with Humphrey?
That's correct. And I think the only question at the moment is how many additional votes we'll be able to pick up over and above the hardcore votes we had originally. And when I say that we had, I mean I was not a Humphrey supporter. I now recognize that Humphrey will be the nominee. There are delegates who feel that now the question is how do we win in November? And I think there's a great feeling that McGovern or McCarthy would add much to the ticket. but we've got to provide a peace platform that's a more acceptable one than the present one.
Thank you, Mr. Metzenbaum. This is Edwin Newman on the floor. Now, Chet and David.
Senator Albert Gore of Tennessee has just been introduced. He is speaking for the minority plank.
Lyndon B. Johnson, but they got the policies of Senator Goldwater. Almost, please don't applaud, give me a little time. Almost immediately, combat troops were sent to fight in a steadily widening Asian war. 25,000 American men have died. What harvest do we reap from their gallant sacrifice? An erosion of the moral and spiritual base of American leadership. A demeaning entanglement with a corrupt political clique in Saigon. Disillusionment, despair here at home, and a disastrous postponement of imperative programs to improve our social ills. The American people, in my opinion, and overwhelmingly in that regard, think that we made a mistake. And yet, ladies and gentlemen and fellow delegates, read the proposed platform. We are called upon not only to approve this disastrous policy, but even to applaud it. I wonder how many of the American people are applauding it. They don't want to applaud it, they want to change it. And make no mistake about it, the American people are strong-willed. And when they want change, they want it. We have the opportunity of giving them a means of working a progressive, enlightened change. If we do not live up to our responsibility, change they shall have even otherwise. So, Mr. Chairman, we've heard a great deal during this convention about putting faith in America. Let us not forget that we are here asking the American people to put faith in us. They did so 3 years ago. They surely did not expect us to be perfect, but they reasonably could expect that we would recognize and correct an error of both judgment and policy. I say to you that we still have the responsibility to chart a course for the nominees of our party to go to the people. Let us give them a commitment to peace for the United States of America. Thank you very much.
Frank McGee on the floor. Frank?
Yes, David. I have Mr. Keith Skelton of Oregon with me. And Mr. Skelton, they're passing out large Humphrey buttons on the floor here and having no difficulty in doing so, but I know that you had some difficulty trying to get some signs on the floor this week. Can you tell me about that?
Yes, we had a little fun with one of the security guards here. We had some signs for Senator Wayne Morse made up because we want to show our loyalty and support for him when he speaks on this minority flank. And when we tried to get them on the floor, we were stopped by the guards out at the gate and told we couldn't bring them to the floor. So
What was their reason?
The reason? No reason at all. Just one of the rules. No reason. These are just these young boys out here, and they're just given directions. So I left the signs with a supporter and came in and found the highest security person I could find. And I said, I want to find out where this order came from and what the purpose of it is. This is a convention and so on and so forth. He says there would be no demonstrations. I said, that's a lot of, you know what?
Nonsense.
Nonsense. All right. Very good. Anyway, what happened was that I laid it right on him and I said, look, we get permission to have these signs, or you're going to have another demonstration on this floor that's going to make the ones last night look like child's play. We're tired of all this bossism. We're tired of all this junk that's been thrown to us by the leaders of this convention.
Well, in any event, you do have your placards on the floor now. We'll have a little demonstration when Mr. Morris comes up.
They changed the rules, and I think that probably the rules might have been more difficult to change if they hadn't seen you standing by listening to our controversy.
Thank you, Mr. Skelton. Now here's Edwin Newman.
I'm with Robert Laughlin of the Indiana delegation. Mr. Laughlin, the Indiana delegation's already being polled for the presidency, is it?
Yes. They're being polled presently, and it looks like they're going to have just about all of them going for Vice President Humphrey.
Why are you doing this now? I've got this thing right in front of me. I don't see any names but Humphrey on it.
Well, the simple reason the governor, who is the chairman of our delegation, is interested in getting a consensus before we get down to the point of voting.
Well, didn't he know what it was before? Why do you have to go through this?
Some of the delegates may have to leave, and they wanted to get it on record as just where they stood prior to that time.
Thank you, Mr. Laughlin. This is Edwin Newman on the floor. Now to Chet and David.
Speaking for the majority report, Congressman Wayne Hayes of Ohio.
Grant Park, and let me say that the police department, Mayor Daley, must all be related to Job. They've shown that much patience. A minority of a minority who would substitute anarchism for ambition. They'd like to substitute beards for brains, license for liberty, they want pot instead of patriotism. They like sideburns instead of solutions. They want slogans instead of social reforms. And they would substitute riots for reasons. Neither the minority nor the majority in this convention can write a plank for the Democratic Party tailored to the views of this minority of a minority. And if we try to do it, we invite disaster for the candidate, for the party, for the nation, and for the free world.
We'll be back. Oh. As we were, signals reversed. Congressman Hayes gave by far the most fighting and impassioned speech in behalf of the majority report that we've heard thus far. And the Texas delegation really loved it. Also Illinois and assorted others. The California delegation has started up a chant. Stop World War, is it?
Stop the war.
Stop the war.
Mr. Chairman, may I have your attention, please?
We'll be back in a moment for the remainder of this debate. First, this message from Gulf.
Allowed direct telephone contact with the rostrum. Denial of free and easy access by the press to delegates in direct conflict with the democratic process of this convention and prevents our people from knowing what their representatives are doing. Interference with ready communication among delegations defeats the concept of an open democratic convention. And then we go on to say that by unanimous action of the Democratic caucus this morning, this message is being delivered to the press, and we call for changes in policies and directives and attitudes which have brought about this serious and unprecedented situation.
Who are you giving this to?
This will be directed to the National Committee. We'll have to check the platform when we get there. We will have to check by phone from the floor.
What makes you think that you'll get any more action or satisfaction than you've gotten on other matters before the convention?
Well, we probably won't, but I think that before we consider any other kind of action, which we have not so far, that this is the proper step to take.
Well, that's why I ask you, what other action do you think would be possible? Are you talking about a walkout or what kind of a approach?
Well, we haven't considered anything like that. I think that only when everything else in the world fails should anyone ever resort to that sort of thing. However, we want to bring to the attention of the National Committee that we don't like this operation, that we considered a terribly serious thing, that interference with communication between delegations and between this convention and the public is very serious, and that we think that this is disgraceful.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shoemaker. I'm in California now to Frank McGee.
Yes, Senator, I have Eugene Wyman, the National Committeeman from California, and the dispute is about trying to get a seat on the floor for Mayor Joseph Alioto of California in the event he's called upon to second the nomination of Mr. Humphrey, and the squabble about trying to get him a seat. What can you tell us about it?
Well, this morning at the California caucus, one of the delegates from California, who happens to live in San Francisco, approached the chairman of the delegation, Speaker Unruh, Jess Unruh, and said that he, the delegate, would like to resign, but he wanted to resign on the condition that Speaker Unruh would appoint Mayor Alioto in his place as a delegate. Speaker Unruh has that power as chairman of the delegation. Speaker Unruh told him no, that under no circumstances would he appoint Mayor Alioto as a member of the delegation, which apparently then would make it very difficult for Mayor Alioto to make a nominating speech if he were asked.
Did Mr. Unruh give any reason for this attitude?
He gave no reason, but Mr. Unruh rarely gives a reason. Yes and no's are his reasons.
Would you care to venture an opinion on what his motive might have been?
I think that Jess is very concerned that Mayor Alioto is going to oppose him for governor in a couple of years. Mayor Alioto's come along very fast and very attractive, and I think that's his concern.
So there might just be some of that behind this, then?
Possibly.
Thank you so much. But
thank you, Frank.
Eugene Wyman, National Committeeman of California. Now back to Chet and David.
An issue of this magnitude in open debate in National Convention. I will tell you quite frankly that I do not speak as a completely disinterested delegate. Like many of you.
On the rostrum is Representative Ed Edmondson of Oklahoma.
We have two sons who wear the uniform of our country, and one of them serves today in Vietnam waters. And so I speak as one with an interest that is deep in my heart in seeing that the decision we make on this platform is a sound one and a wise one, and a decision in the interest of peace, and a decision in the interest of our own country's best interest for the future. Like most of you, I saw these two planks for the first time last night. I examined and read them both carefully. There is much to commend them both. There are features of both that I personally would not have written, but I think that's an experience all of us share. I find two advantages, two strong points in the majority plank, and I want to call them to your attention once again. First of all, the majority plank states unequivocally that the bombing halt in North Vietnam shall take place when this action would not endanger the lives of our troops in the field. And this, my friends, is an expression of interest in the well-being of our troops, of our sailors, our soldiers, our Marines, and our airmen,
that does not appear to my satisfaction in the minority plank. The second point, and this is almost equally important, the majority plank says the choice of the post-war government of South Vietnam should be determined by fair and safeguarded elections.
30 seconds.
And I find nowhere in the minority plank any mention of any kind or description of the right of the people of South Vietnam to decide their destiny by free, safeguarded, and fair elections. The word elections. The word elections does not appear in the minority plank. For these two reasons, better to safeguard our troops and better to safeguard the people of South Vietnam, in whose interest 25,000 of our finest have given their lives already, I say, vote for the majority plank.
John Chancellor has a report from the floor. John?
I'm standing here with Senator John Pastore of Rhode Island. Senator Pastore, you've been an interested spectator and participant in this convention. You think it's going the way it ought to be going in terms of its procedures?
Well, it's going more or less as it usually does go, but I'm very much disappointed in some of the activity. I think there's too much time devoted here to the trivia, and I think the essential things are being discussed at hours that are not convenient hours for people to use their best talents, their best judgment, and the same clarity of mind that they need on these important questions. And I think the whole pitch on all these conventions is to concentrate the work during the prime time in the evening. Well, now, of course, that does serve a worthwhile purpose in familiarizing the public with what's going on. But you do have playbacks during the daytime, and I think that the important procedures of the convention should be conducted between 10 and 5 during the day. And I think that the public is interested enough to look in, and then those very salient parts that should be repeated could be repeated in the evening for the people who did not have the time and the convenience of reviewing it during the day.
10 to 5 is a 7-hour session. We've seen 9-hour sessions here practically. That's a very long time for people to deliberate,
well, it
isn't
goes
it?
on ad infinitum. Now, I tell you, one night I had to leave here because it really got to be around 2 o'clock, and it looked like the convention was going to go until 4 o'clock in the morning. Now, after all, most people are accustomed to be asleep at that time of the day. And their faculties, not that I'm saying that their faculties are blurred, but that is not as clear in conducting this very important business as they would be if they did it during the daytime.
That's right. What other reforms would you favor, Senator? Would you favor some of the credentials hearings being held, say, a week or so, or 2 weeks before the convention, separated from the convention?
Well, I don't know as much how far you can go in separating that, but I think that you ought to give it a little longer time, and then I think it ought to be worked out in a more expeditious way, and it can be done. Now, we had motion after motion, minority report after minority report, where we had a record vote. And I tell you very frankly, some of those issues were absolutely hopeless. Now, there ought to be some way of accommodating the patience and the endurance of the people at this convention so that they will have their best strength for the important issues.
Well, thank you very much. Senator John Pastore, who believes that the convention sessions are too long and they're held at the wrong time of day. This is John Chancellor. Now here's Frank McGee.
I have Mr. Marvin Watson, Postmaster General and a member of the Texas delegation, of course, with very close connections with the White House. Now, Mr. Watson, there have been reports and rumors and charges all yesterday and all today that this convention is being controlled actually by the president, no matter where he is, whether he's on his Texas ranch or in Washington. What can you tell us about that?
Well, I have seen no evidence of control by the president. The president made a statement on March 31st, 1968, in which he said he was not a candidate. And since that time, I've seen no effort. I've certainly had no advice or recommendations from him or anyone in the White House that we should be involved in party affairs. I think these charges are by those that have, up until this time, been a part of the minority, and this just gives them a platform to talk from. And this happens at most conventions and in most situations where a minority is vocal. They have strong views, and they look for any excuse or any reason to disagree.
Well, Mr. Watson, they point to the fact that the chairman of the various committees, resolutions, credentials, and so on, that the presiding officials at this convention were all handpicked by the president. They cite that as evidence.
If he handpicked them, I'm not aware of it. It's set up exactly as it was in 1964 and 1960 and all other years that I'm familiar with. That the leadership of the House of our party does have places of leadership in this convention.
There's even been suggestions that Mayor Daley might have a telephone line direct to the president.
Well, the communication set up as it now exists in this city, I dare say, well, in fact, I'm sure that no one has a direct line to the president.
Mr. Watson, one further question. We're told that you have a full floor of rooms at one of the hotels. Is this true?
No, it's certainly not. I do have my wife with me, and my oldest son, and my daughter, and I do have a secretary and 2 other people from the post office department who are handling post office business.
But you do not have a large block of rooms stashed away anywhere for any purpose?
I do not.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Marvin Watson, Postmaster General of the United States. Now here is Senator Van Oker.
I'm in California with Speaker Unruh, who's just arrived. Mr. Speaker, what can you tell us about the events of the last 24 hours in which you have figured very largely in this attempt to draft Edward Kennedy?
Well, I have a meeting of my delegation as soon as the voting is concluded here, and I'm prepared to tell them at that time point and the world as best I can what happened last night as best I know it, and I feel to talk to the general public before I talk to my delegation, which has been so good, I ought not to do it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Speaker Unruh is saying that he has a caucus. He has to go and tell them first, and then he'll tell us. Now where to? The booth?
Theodore Sorensen, who was the first assistant to the late President Kennedy, has just been introduced and is now on the roster.
The majority plank, to be very frank, is one on which Richard Nixon or even Barry Goldwater could run with pleasure. The minority plank is one on which any Democratic candidate for any office could and should run with pride. Compare these 2 planks side by side. The introductory and concluding portions of the majority plank in effect claim wisdom and success for our Vietnam involvement. Strangely enough, they make no mention whatsoever of the 200,000 American casualties suffered on the field, or the $82 million a day poured down that bottomless pit. The minority plank, in contrast, tells it like it is. In addition, our plank alone pledges no wider war in Vietnam, no nuclear weapons, no more American troops, and above all, no more Vietnams. The crucial difference between these 2 planks, of course, lies in the 4 operative provisions. First, we call for an end to the bombing now. They call for an end if and when or maybe. Second, we call for a mutual withdrawal of all U.S. and North Vietnamese troops now, based on last week's speech by Senator Ted Kennedy. The majority plank says maybe, sometime, if all Viet Cong hostilities can somehow cease first. Third, we call, as Ted Kennedy called, for letting the South Vietnamese decide for themselves the shape of their own future. They call for the United States to stay and conform the Vietnamese to our political and economic standards. Fourth, we call for a reduction of American troops now by reducing our offensive operations. They call for a reduction in troops only when the South Vietnamese army can take over, if that ever comes to pass. You have heard some bitter charges today about our minority plank. My fellow citizens, I must ask you to believe me on the basis of my services in the White House under Presidents Kennedy and Johnson, that I could never support a plank that called for a sellout, for a camouflage surrender, or for a unilateral withdrawal. I could never support a plank that would endanger American troops or undermine the Paris talks. I could never support a plank that would impose a communist or even a coalition government on South Vietnam. I could never support a plank that would start this nation back to isolationism or encourage the Soviet outrage in Czechoslovakia. But I would support, and I am supporting, a plank that gives the American voters some hope for an end to this miserable war. Can anyone believe, after the president's withdrawal and the polls and the primaries and the protests, that we can still ask the American people to support this war? If you cannot give our young people and the amateurs
You're a minute and a half over your time.
and the idealists the candidate of their choice, at least give them this plank to preserve their enthusiasm for the Democratic Party. We are not outside the mainstream of the Democratic Party. We agree with the Senate Democratic Majority Leader. We agree with the Senate Foreign Relations Committee Chairman. We agree with Ted Kennedy and Robert Kennedy and the voters in every Democratic primary. Stop the war.
Regardless what your point of view is and whether you agree with Mr. Sorensen or not, I should think it might be said that he lifted the style and the substantive. He certainly lifted the style of this debate. I think many of the delegates here have been somewhat taken aback by the low key of much of it. They were expecting somewhat more.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to present a distinguished American, a man who has worked in the vineyards of the Democratic Party for many years, who has served as the mayor of a great city, the lieutenant governor of a great state, who has contributed immeasurably to the work of this convention, the Honorable Wilson Wyatt of Kentucky. Mr. Wyatt.
Mr. Chairman and fellow Americans, the majority report is a firm plank for peace. It is a clear commitment for peace. It states the majority plank states our basic objective in 6 clear and simple words to end the war in Vietnam. Not by escalation, not by military victory, not by unilateral withdrawal, not by unconditional surrender, but by an honorable and a lasting settlement. Fellow Americans, the majority report strongly supports the Paris peace talks. The minority report completely ignores the Paris peace talks. Both reports have 4 steps for peace. First, the majority report says, and I quote its words, "Stop all bombing in North Vietnam." Now, I would remind you that already the bombing has been stopped in North Vietnam in 90% of the population and in 78% of the land area. But the majority report says, as a clear statement of policy, a very simple and clear statement of policy, stop all bombing in North Vietnam, and it does so in the framework of protection for our troops in the field. But the language of the minority report, I regret to say, provides much less protection, much more limited support for our American troops. Second, the majority report calls for negotiated withdrawal from South Vietnam of all foreign forces. And then it goes on to provide for negotiated limitation of hostilities and for a negotiated end of hostilities. But the minority report, again, is much more limited in scope and is much less desirable because it does not deal with the negotiated end of hostilities or the negotiated limitation of hostilities, only with the negotiated withdrawal. Third, the majority report, and this is very important, this is fundamentally important, the majority report looks to a government of South Vietnam to be chosen by the people of South Vietnam, to be chosen by an election, to be chosen by an election open to all major political factions. It looks to a government to be chosen by the exercise of the time-honored principle and right of self-determination. But the minority report, and mark this carefully, but the minority report, and I read it once, twice, 3 times before I could believe what I read in that report. The minority report omits all mention of elections and the right of self-determination. It makes no provision for a South Vietnam government through the right of self-determination. That alone is a shocking comment on the minority report. But it not only omits the good, it provides for what is not good. The minority report would impose, and I use the verb advisedly, it would impose a government on South Vietnam not by election but by negotiation. And it would impose a coalition government. Now, it's true in beautiful words of semantics, it speaks of it as being, quote, broadly representative. But broadly representative means, and we know it means, imposing a coalition. And that minority report compels that coalition government be chosen by negotiation in these semantic words, which, stripped of their semanticism, come down to nothing in the world but duress. The words are these: spurred to action by the certain knowledge that the prop of American military support will soon be gone. That, my friends, is government by negotiation under duress, and as a matter of basic principle, and it is basic principle we're concerned with, as a matter of basic principle, this is an important and basic reason for the defeat of the minority report and for the adoption of the majority report. And fourth, the majority report calls for a cutback of our military involvement by accelerating the training and equipping of South Vietnam Army, and it calls for a substantial United States contribution to the post-war reconstruction of South Vietnam and the economic development of the entire region. Now, this is far more affirmative, it is far more constructive than the minority report. The majority report does not decide tactics. The minority does. It would make generals out of every one of us in this convention hall. The majority report gives full consideration to the risk of our American troops. The minority does not. The majority report supports the Paris peace talks. The minority does not. The majority report calls for a South Vietnam government by the process of a fair election, and the minority does not. The majority report is a firm plank for peace, a clear commitment for peace in Vietnam, and one on which any great Democrat could proudly run for President of the United States, and I'm sure that that's the reason that it is endorsed and supported by Vice President Hubert H. Humphrey.
Mr. Chairman, it is fitting that the minority report be closed by the man who has consistently demonstrated he cares about not what is popular, but what is right. By a man who history will record in the great tradition of Norris and La Follette as perhaps one of the dozen most outstanding members in the annals of that august body, the United States Senate. The man who has long been the conscience of the United States Senate, the distinguished senior senator from Oregon, the Honorable Wayne Morse.
Mr. Chairman, save my time. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in behalf of the minority, I, at the outset, want to thank the great statesman from California, the head of our minority group, Congressman Burton, the great leadership he's given us in connection with this great contest that's waging in this convention. And I want to thank the chairman of our platform committee, Congressman Hale Boggs, for his great fairness and impartiality and understanding and statesmanship in conducting the affairs of our platform in this debate. I rise to support the minority report because, in my judgment, the majority report, stripped of its semantics, is nothing but a naked proposal to continue the failures of our policy in Vietnam. I want to say to not only this Democratic convention, but to the people of America, that what we need to do on this issue is emancipate not only the Democratic Party but the people of this country from the wrong foreign policy the Republicans started under Dulles, under the Republican regime in the 1950s. That's when the foundations for the mistakes were laid. Don't forget that it was Dulles that proposed that we maintain a military foothold on the mainland of Asia. He went to London and proposed to Prime Minister Churchill that Churchill pledge British forces and he would pledge American forces, and then they'd go across the Channel and pledge to Mendes, France, that they would join France in continuing the Indochina War. That's one of the beginnings of the mistakes. But Mendes, France had heard from the French people. Churchill turned him down. Mendes, France turned him down. Just think what a difference it would have made if John Foster Dulles had stayed at Geneva instead of packing up his satchel and coming back to Washington, leaving Bedell Smith with instructions not to sign any treaty, but to only serve as an observer. Suppose he had stayed there and the United States had actively participated in the final drafting of that treaty. You wouldn't have had a treaty with only a three-nation control commission. You'd have had a treaty with the United States on that commission. Probably some of the other great powers, and the mistakes that we've made would not have been made. And don't forget, it was Richard Nixon in 1954, in what he hoped would be an off-the-record speech to the American publishers meeting in New York, that proposed a commitment of American forces on the mainland of Asia. And that was turned down, may I say, to the everlasting credit of his president and to the everlasting credit of the American people. But that's when our mistakes started to be made. And so what I am pleading for is for this Democratic Party to recognize that we must declare our freedom from those mistakes and proceed to change our course of action in South Vietnam. Now there's much been said about our brave soldiers in Vietnam and how brave they are and what great sacrifices they have made. 25,000 of them with their lives, 100,000 with serious wounds. But if you want to protect those soldiers, you'll stop a policy of escalation that is killing them. I take my stand with a General Ridgway, a former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, a General Gavin, a General Shoup, in urging a de-escalation, the falling back to lines that we can defend, that will stop the killing of these boys until we can work out a multilateral negotiation for the settlement of this war. We can't do it on a bilateral basis. And so I close with a plea on my lips that the Democratic Party at this convention support a minority report that opens the door to multilateral negotiations and returns to the ideal of substituting the rule of law for the jungle law of military force. And when we practice it, then let me say we've got to make clear to Russia for its shocking action in Czechoslovakia that we're going to hold them to the substitution of the rule of law for the jungle law of military force.
we have every reason to believe that this concludes the case for the minority report. Chairman Boggs, according to the schedule, was to conclude the plea in behalf of the majority report.
You doing? I don't think I'm going to stop it. You're doing it yet.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we have your attention for just a moment. Senator Phil Hart, the distinguished senator from the great state of Michigan, would like to make a statement. I might say that the statement is made in light of the agreement reached between the minority and the majority with respect to amendments, and I'm sure that the gentleman from California concurs in what the statement that the senator from Michigan will make. I would like the senator to proceed for a minute. Thank you. Okay, fine.
Mr. Chairman, Congressman Burton, thank you very much. Perfection is not to be found in any document drawn by human hands, and let's not kid ourselves. The Michigan delegation, made up of strong advocates of the Vice President, Senator McCarthy, Senator McGovern, overwhelmingly yesterday proposed that the majority report be amended to read just 3 lines. Stop all remaining bombing of North Vietnam while continuing to provide all necessary air or other support for allied troops in the expectation of restraint and reasonable response from an ally. This we had hoped would be a bridge, as it was for us, and as it has been in discussion this morning for many delegates here who wish very much we could act on it. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank all of you for your time and your patience, your attention. I think that all of you must agree, and I'm certain that the American people must agree, that we have debated here fully, openly, without bias, this issue before this convention. I have reserved only a minute or two for myself. In conclusion, I would like to make the observation that try as we may, hope as we would, as we must, that the world is indeed one world, that what happens everywhere in the world affects all of us. I would call to your respectful attention the language in the platform which says this: the tragic events in Czechoslovakia are shocking reminders that we live in a dangerous and unpredictable world. The Soviet attack on an invasion of a small country that only yesterday was Moscow's peaceful ally is an ominous reversal of the slow trend towards greater freedom and independence in Eastern Europe. And then I would turn to another area on God's earth, the Middle East. The Middle East, my friends, And we spelled out in this platform, referring to the Middle East as strong as we could, and there was no disagreement. The Middle East remains a powder keg. We must do all in our power to prevent a recurrence of war in this area. A Lloyd Soviet fleet has been deployed to the Mediterranean, preferring short-term political advantage to long-range stability and peace. The Soviet Union has rushed arms to Satan Arab states to replace those lost in the Arab-Israel War of 1967. So we cannot, hope as we may, disassociate what happens all over the world. And now one final statement, and I will then ask the distinguished chairman, my majority leader, of whom I am so proud and who presides as a permanent chairman of this great convention, then to put the question. I would say that I profoundly wish, from the depth of my heart, with every ounce of conviction that I may have, that I could agree with my friend Ted Sorensen from New York when he said that there's nothing in the minority that would not endanger our troops or that would not support our negotiators in Paris. I beg to take exception. I beg to take exception. Now, what do we say about bombing? Bombing. Listen to me, please. Those who agree and those who disagree, that is indeed the democratic procedures. Bombing. Stop all bombing of North Vietnam when this action would not endanger the lives of our troops in the field. And take into account the response from Hanoi. That's it. That's all. Now I say to you, what happens if we do otherwise? What happens if we don't do it that way? Well, I, along with others, representing both political parties, representing Americans, let me be certain about, representing every shade of opinion, including the chairman of the distinguished Foreign Relations Committee in the Senate, was briefed on Czechoslovakia. And I asked the question, can General Abrams supply an answer to me of this question? And I pose the question, is there any possibility of your providing even an approximate estimate of the additional casualties we would take if we stop the bombing of North Vietnam unilaterally and unconditionally? And the answer came back, and here I read it to you. These are not my words. These are the words of General Abrams. If the bombing in North Vietnam, now authorized, were to be suspended unilaterally, the enemy in 10 days to 2 weeks could develop a capability in the D.N.C. area in terms of scale, intensity, and duration of combat on the order of 5 times what he now has. I cannot agree. I cannot agree to place our forces at the risk which the enemy's capability would then pose. That, my friends, that, my friends, concludes our debate. And thank you very much.
Well, there you have it. I suppose Cynically, it might be said that there was nothing new in this entire debate that hasn't been said before, but nevertheless, it was fascinating and interesting to hear it all said here, all reviewed, sometimes with passion and sometimes with vehemence, all in the space of 2 hours.
Fellow delegates, I think on one thing we can all agree, that the debate led by the two great congressmen, Congressman Boggs from Louisiana and Congressman Burton from California, has been one of the greatest debates in any Democratic convention in recent years. Before we proceed to the consideration of the question that next comes to the convention, may the chair respectfully but earnestly and sincerely urge, first of all, that members maintain and delegates maintain that decorum which is so necessary to the exercise of the business of a parliamentary convention. And second, may I urge earnestly, and may I admonish our friends and guests in the gallery, that it is not within their jurisdiction to make any demonstrations, favorably or unfavorably, with respect to any action taken by the convention.
We'll be back for the roll call of the states in just a moment after this message from Gulf.
They're about to start the roll call. The question is, shall we, the delegates, shall we adopt the minority report? A yes vote is yes, we shall adopt the minority report. A no vote is for the majority report.
May the chair make a statement. No action was taken on the amendment discussed by the distinguished senator
John
from
Chancellor
Michigan,
has a report from the
Senator
floor.
Hart.
Quickly, John.
So we are only concerned.
Very briefly, before the voting starts here, these delegates may get a break when the voting is done. We are informed that it is the official plan of this convention to recess after the vote on the Vietnam plank and then return this evening for the nominations, the call of the states, and the balloting for president. There will be a recess according to the plans now.
30 1/2 no.
That's Alabama, the first state called.
The Alabama vote, 1 1/2 votes yes, 30 1/2 votes no. Alaska, 22 votes.
Alaska votes 10 no, 10 yes, 12 no.
The Alaska vote is 10 votes yes, 12 no. Arizona, 19.
Arizona votes 6 1/2 votes yes, 12 1/2 votes no.
The Arizona vote, 6 1/2 votes yes, 12 1/2 votes no. Arkansas, 33.
Arkansas votes 25 votes for the majority report, 7 votes for the minority report, and 1 vote absent.
The Arkansas vote is as follows: 7 votes yes, 25 votes no, and 1 absent. California, 174 votes.
Chairman, California cast 2 votes no, 2 abstentions, 6 votes no, and 166 votes aye.
That's going to repeat it.
I would like that vote repeated, if you will, please, sir. California, would you please repeat your vote?
Thank you. I like this double exposure. 2 abstentions, 6 noes, 166 aye.
The California vote is 166 yes, 6 no, and 2 abstentions. Canal Zone 5.
The Canal Zone votes 3.5 no, 1.5 yes.
The Canal Zone votes 3.5 votes no, 1.5 votes yes. Colorado, 35.
Colorado casts 21 votes yes, 14 votes no.
That's 21. The Colorado vote is 21 votes yes, 14 votes no. Connecticut, 44.
Connecticut passes.
Connecticut passes. Delaware, 22.
Delaware cast 21 votes no, 1 absent, our National Committee woman due to illness.
The Delaware vote is 21 no and 1 absent. The District of Columbia, 23.
The District of Columbia, where foreign policy is made, votes 2 no, 21 aye.
The District of Columbia vote 2 no, 21 yes. Florida, 63 votes.
No. Please poll the delegation.
That shows 56 no.
A poll of the Florida delegation is requested. The Florida delegation may retire temporarily, and the chair will send a representative to assist in the conducting of the poll. The secretary will continue with the call.
You want to give them a room number where to go?
Have we got a place to go?
Have you got a place to go? Okay. Georgia, 43 votes.
Madam Chairman, the
Yes.
regular Georgia delegation cast 22.5 votes no.
To Edwin Newman on the floor.
Madam Chairman.
I'm with Representative Henry Royce of Wisconsin. Mr. Royce, you are one of the people who has organized the drive for the minority plank, and you have an estimate on how much strength it has, I believe. What is that estimate?
I think that we should get as many as 1,200 votes. I realize that isn't the 1,311 that are needed, but I think that we're going to come very close and that there is an outside fighting chance that we will carry the minority report.
What sort of organization has been set up to push this, Representative?
Well, this is simply a number of leaders from various states who are going around not only in their delegations but in neighboring delegations and pointing out what seems to me the fact of life here, which is that the minority plank, which looks toward peace, is one on which the Democrats can win, and particularly one on which Vice President Humphrey, if he is our nominee, can win.
Can he run comfortably on that?
I believe he can. I believe that he's willing to abide by the will of the party and that he could run comfortably on it.
Would it lead perhaps to a McCarthy or McGovern vice presidential candidacy, Mr. Royce?
Not necessarily. It would, however, in my judgment, lead to the coming back of the Kennedy and McGovern and McCarthy forces, and thus would immeasurably add to Democratic strength in the upcoming presidential race.
Thank you, Representative Royce. This is Edwin Newman. Now back to the podium.
And I don't blame him.
No, 105 no, 13 yes. Maybe I just wanted to give you a little recognition. Indiana, 63.
Indiana cast 15 votes yes,
47 and a half votes no. Indiana's vote, 15 votes yes, 47 and 1/2 votes no. Iowa, 46.
Iowa, 36 votes yes, 10 no.
The Iowa vote, 36 votes yes, 10 no. Kansas, 38.
Kansas casts 4.5 votes yes, 33.5 votes no.
The Kansas vote, 4 1/2 votes yes, 33 1/2 votes no. Kentucky, 46.
Kentucky cast 7 yes, 39 no.
The Kentucky vote, 7 yes, 39 no. Louisiana, 36.
Louisiana cast 2.5 votes yes, 33.5 votes no.
Thank you, Dick. The Louisiana vote, 2.5 votes yes, 33.5 votes no. Maine, 27.
Maine cast 22 1/2 votes no, 4 1/2 votes yes.
The Maine vote, 22.5 votes no, 4 1/2 votes yes. Maryland, 49.
Maryland cast 12 votes yes, 37 votes no.
The Maryland vote, 12 votes yes, 37 no. Massachusetts, 72.
Massachusetts votes 56 yes, 16 no.
The Massachusetts vote, 56 yes, 16 no. Michigan, 96.
Michigan cast 52 votes yes, 44 votes no.
The Michigan vote, 52 votes yes, 44 votes no. Minnesota, 52.
16.5. Minnesota casts 16.5 votes yes, 34.5 votes no, 1 abstention.
The Minnesota vote, 16 1/2 votes yes, 34 1/2 votes no, and 1 abstention. Mississippi, 24.
Mississippi cast 19.5 votes yes, 2.5 votes no.
What? No, that's one more. Is that 22? Okay. The Mississippi vote, 19 1/2 votes yes, 2 1/2 votes no. Missouri, 60.
Madam Secretary, Missouri votes 10 votes yes, 50 votes no.
The Missouri vote, 10 votes yes, 50 no. Montana, 26.
Montana votes 20 no, 6 yes.
The Montana vote, 20 no, 6 yes. Nebraska, 30.
Nebraska votes 19 yes, 11 no. Memory of our beloved Chairman James Green.
Memory of the chairman.
Oh. The Nebraska vote, 19 votes yes, 11 no. Nevada, 22.
Madam Secretary, Nevada votes 3 1/2 yes, 18 1/2 no.
The Nevada vote, 3 1/2 votes yes, 18 1/2 votes no. New Hampshire, 26.
New Hampshire cast 3 votes no and cast 23 votes yes.
The New Hampshire vote, 23 votes yes, 3 votes no. New Jersey, 82.
New Jersey cast 24 votes yes, 57 votes no, 1 not voting.
The New Jersey vote, 24 yes, 57 no, and 1 not voting. New Mexico, 26.
New Mexico cast 11 1/2 votes yes, 14 1/2 votes no.
The New Mexico vote, 11 1/2 votes yes, 14 1/2 votes no. New York, 190 votes.
New York cast 148 votes yes, 42 votes no.
May I please be sure that I have that vote correct? 138 votes yes.
Madam Chairman, 148 votes yes and 42 no.
You see, I added it up real fast and I thought you were missing 10 there. 148 votes yes and 42 votes no. North Carolina, 59.
North Carolina vote 51 no, 7 yes, 1 pass.
The North Carolina vote, 51 no, 7 yes, and 1 pass. North Dakota, 25.
North Dakota votes 19 no, 6 yes.
The North Dakota vote, 19 no, 6 yes. Ohio, 115 votes.
Madam Chairman, Ohio votes 48 yes, 67 no.
48. Thank you. The Ohio vote, 48 yes, 67 no. Oklahoma, 41.
Oklahoma cast 4 votes yes, 37 votes no.
The Oklahoma vote, 4 yes, 37 no. Oregon, 35.
Oregon votes 29 yes, 6 no.
South Carolina, 28.
Mr. Chairman, South Carolina cast 27 votes no, 1 vote yes.
The South Carolina vote 27 no, 1 yes. South Dakota, 26.
Madam Chairman, South Dakota, the home of the United States Senator George McGovern, cast 26 votes yes.
The South Dakota vote, 26 vote yes. Tennessee, 51.
Madam Chairman, Tennessee cast 2 votes yes, 49 votes no.
The Tennessee vote, 2 votes yes, 49 votes no. Texas, 104.
Texas votes 104 votes no.
That does it. The motion has failed. The majority plank will go into the platform.
Texas vote was 104 votes no. Utah, 26.
Madam Secretary, Utah is proud to cast the deciding vote of 6 votes aye, 20 votes no.
The Utah vote, 6 votes yes, 20 votes no. Vermont, 22.
Vermont votes 5 no, 17 yes.
The Vermont vote, 5 votes no, 17 yes. Virginia, 54 votes.
Virginia cast 46 votes no, 8 votes yes.
The Virginia vote, 46 votes no, 8 yes. Virgin Islands, 5.
Madam Secretary, the Virgin Islands is proud to cast 5 votes no.
The Virgin Island vote is 5 votes no. Washington, 47.
Madam Secretary, the state of Washington cast 15.5 votes yes, 31.5 votes no.
The Washington vote, 15.5 votes yes, and 31.5 votes no. West Virginia, 38.
Madam Secretary, West Virginia cast 8 votes yes and 30 votes no.
The West Virginia vote, 8 votes yes, 30 votes no. Wisconsin, 59 votes.
Mayor Daley and Madam Chairman, 4 hours early, Wisconsin cast 7 votes no, 52 votes yes.
The Wisconsin vote, 7 votes no, 52 votes yes. Wyoming, 22 votes.
Madam Chairman, Wyoming cast 3.5 votes yes, 18.5 votes no.
At the conclusion of the vote, the California delegation will meet in caucus room number 1.
Connecticut, 44 votes.
Pass again. Pass again.
Connecticut is still passing.
Again, the minority platform plank calling for an immediate stoppage of all bombing in North Vietnam has had more than 2 hours of debate, now a roll call vote, and it was defeated. But more than 1,000 delegates voted for it. The only 2 states remaining to be heard from are Connecticut and Florida. And of course they would not have enough votes to change the result however they went. Connecticut is... Florida is caucusing. And Connecticut... I don't know where Connecticut is.
Right down here.
I mean, I don't know where the delegates are.
They,
the chairs are empty.
They're apparently out caucusing as well.
sitting there in front row. He delivered his votes.
May I have your attention, please? Will the New York delegation meet in caucus room number 2 at the conclusion of the vote?
Actually, the margin of the vote here went more or less along the pattern established earlier on other votes. A difference of about 400 votes without Connecticut and Florida. And that difference, more or less, with some exceptions, has prevailed on every issue that has come before the convention, and there have been a host of them this time around. Nevertheless, it's probably more by coincidence, because the voting was back and forth across what might be called candidate lines here. In other words, we did not find all the Humphrey people voting for the majority report, nor did we find all the McGovern and McCarthy people voting for the minority report. Down on the floor is John Chancellor. Jack?
We are waiting on the floor here for the Florida delegation to come back in, and again another unorthodox move in this convention. One delegate in the Florida delegation, named Alan Mullidge, a McCarthy supporter, demanded that the convention officials poll the Florida delegation. And therefore, the official doorkeeper of this convention, Fishbait Miller, came down for the first time in his history of going to 9 conventions. He'd never heard of anything like this, but he now is the officially designated poller of the Florida delegation, and of course he's not from Florida, he's an official of the convention. We are waiting for them now to return from their caucus room, having been polled under these unusual circumstances. Now here's Frank McGee.
Yes, I'm standing in the Minnesota delegation. Minnesota has been said many times is the home state of both Vice President Humphrey and Senator McCarthy. And the vote as it now stands is something like 1,000 for the majority report, minority report, 1481 for the majority report. In other words, the minority report has been defeated. Now, Mr. Wendell Anderson, you're a Humphrey man.
That's correct.
Do you think that the vote for Mr. Humphrey may shape up just about like the vote on this?
No, I think that Mr. Humphrey has substantially more support here at the convention. I look for a first ballot nomination, but by a much greater vote. Of course, he only needs 13-12, so I think he's got a comfortable lead right now, but I look for it to increase.
Mr. Forrest Harris, also from Minnesota, is a strong supporter of Senator McCarthy. Do you think this spells a finish for Mr. McCarthy's chances here?
Well, I think that the indications are that from this vote, it looks as if it was done pretty well along presidential lines, and it would seem to me that it does look favorable for the vice president as a basis of this vote.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We appreciate it very much. Now back to Chet and David.
Here's a report on what's been going on meanwhile in downtown Chicago. NBC's Bill Lindsay reports that order has been established in Grant Park after disorder erupted. He said the anti-war rally was well and peacefully underway when a young man climbed a flagpole near the park bandshell and tried to pull down the American flag. 4 policemen went in and arrested him. They took him away, but only after being bombarded with water-filled balloons, fruit juice cans, rocks, and paving cement. A platoon of police rushed in to try to protect the first small band of officers and their prisoner, and they were driven back to the edge of the park by another bombardment of rocks and bottles. Still another platoon of police was sent in, and order was finally restored. They were assisted by some of the rally's marshals. As of now, the anti-war groups are still planning on trying to march to the amphitheater later today, even though the police have refused to give them a permit to do so. David?
Again, the Stop the Bombing plank, the minority plank, has been voted down, but something short of overwhelmingly by a margin of about 400 votes. And so the political reality of it is that the Democratic Party voted not to disown its own policies, its own president's policies of the last 4 years, not to disown its own incumbent president, not to disown what is likely to be its own candidate this fall, but it did so at the price of frustration and anger among a sizable minority of its members, and at the price of advertising coast to coast before the American people the very deep division within the Democrats' own ranks. Now we'll be back after a message from Gulf.
Hubert Humphrey is sufficiently confident of a first ballot victory today to work on the final draft of his speech accepting the Democratic presidential nomination. Humphrey's top vote counter, Larry O'Brien, claimed the vice president would get 1,585 votes on the first ballot, well above the 1,312 needed. I have a feeling that Mr. O'Brien is being somewhat conservative. It's quite likely that the vote for Mr. Humphrey in the first ballot will be higher than that. And with that, the nomination of Vice President Humphrey being virtually assured, the Vice President is now getting all kinds of advice on a choice of a running mate. And we are told that these names lead the list. Sergeant Shriver, our present ambassador to France, a Kennedy in-law, Senator Edmund Muskie of Maine, Mayor Joseph Alioto of San Francisco, Governor Richard Hughes of New Jersey, and former Governor Terry Sanford of North Carolina. Senator Fred Harris of Oklahoma, co-chairman of the Humphrey campaign, is also favored by some, but there are indications, for whatever reason, and possibly we can find that out later today, his prospects seem to have dimmed. A little while ago, NBC News correspondent Charles Quinn talked to Senator McCarthy, and here is a taped report from Charles Quinn.
Senator McCarthy said today that last night he offered to withdraw from the race and support Edward Kennedy for the Democratic presidential nomination. But McCarthy said that he believes Kennedy's statement today that he's not a candidate, that statement is final. McCarthy said he made the offer at a private meeting last night with Stephen Smith, Senator Kennedy's brother-in-law and a longtime advisor to the Kennedy family. He said he made the move because he thought Kennedy might have a better chance of winning the nomination, a better chance of stopping Vice President Humphrey. McCarthy said one reason why he had offered to withdraw in favor of Kennedy was the position Vice President Humphrey took yesterday on the war during an appearance before the California delegation. McCarthy said that Humphrey's position was a total defense of the administration policies in Vietnam, and that all Humphrey regretted was that those policies had not worked out. And so McCarthy indicated that he felt Humphrey should be stopped at almost all costs. Even so, McCarthy said he was still reserving judgment on whether he'll support Humphrey if the vice president is the nominee. It may still depend on the final Vietnam plank and Humphrey's reaction to it. The offer to Stephen Smith, McCarthy said, that he understood Kennedy's position was that he did not want to have to fight for the nomination, that he did not want to have to fight with anyone. When he was asked whether a McCarthy-McGovern coalition was possible, McCarthy said he didn't believe McGovern had enough strength to make any difference. And so McCarthy said he'll continue the fight for the nomination. He denied saying he'd given up, and although it was clearly implied that his chances are very slim. Charles Quinn, NBC News at the Conrad Hilton.
At Grant Park in downtown Chicago, there has been in progress for some time a sizable peace demonstration. Jack Perkins, NBC's news correspondent, is there and has a report for us by way of videotape.
At first, the police had said they would not clear the demonstrators out of this rally. They said they would protect them and let them have it here. But the demonstrators then began throwing paper, tomatoes, stones at the officers, tried to kick in one of their police cars, and so the police responded with tear gas and then by moving back the line of demonstrators from the corner of the park. And the speaker on the platform trying to keep some degree of order. It is fairly tense here, and one factor that must be considered is that whenever is that whenever the police appear, they are automatically referred to as pigs. It is the automatic term by these demonstrators for a police officer. This does not tend to ease tensions. There have been a few injuries as the police moved the demonstrators back. These demonstrators have just been making their plans as to what they will do this afternoon, and they have decided they will try to march on the amphitheater. They will go ahead with it, despite police determination to stop them short. They will leave this park at about 4 o'clock and try to get as far as they can. The police have said they will not let them get beyond the borders of the park. Demonstrators are convinced that many of them will be arrested, and they are prepared for it. Others who are not arrested, they say, will try to work in groups of 2 or 3 down the streets and sidewalks to the amphitheater and assemble there and try to demonstrate that way. Those are their plans, and the plans of the police are to stop them. Jack Perkins, NBC News, Grant Park.
That was a report by way of videotape. As we have said before, we do not have the ability to cover these things live because of the strike of the telephone workers. Since that was taped, the demonstrators have begun leaving the park. Order has been restored. Here in the convention hall, we are awaiting the votes of 2 states not yet voting on the minority stop the bombing plank and the platform. They are Connecticut and Florida. As you know, if you were with us, the plank has already been voted down. The minority stop the bombing plank has already been voted down. John Chancellor has a report from the floor. John?
Those of us who've been covering political conventions for a long time have almost never seen anybody cry, weep tears over an issue at a convention. But when it became apparent that the minority report on the Vietnam plank failed today, some people in the New York delegation began crying. This is one of those ladies.
Military cemetery. A brother was buried over in Maastricht, Holland, and I just don't want to see any more of this kind of war. That's all. And I thought this would be the end of it, and I thought our party would be the party that would put in their real anti-war plank.
Do you think adoption of that minority report would have gone a long way towards settling the war?
Oh, I think so. Absolutely. Absolutely, because everybody knows that the thing that's going to stop this war is the stopping of the bombing. That's what we all know.
And I couldn't hear you before. Did you have any sons there, you say?
I have a son in the Army right now.
And he's in Vietnam?
No, he's not in Vietnam. He's in Washington, D.C.
Is this the end of it, do you think, as far as trying to get a dovish attitude, let's say, in the Democratic Party? What else can you do?
Oh, I think we'll do something. We're not going to give up, not any of us. I may be standing here crying because I'm upset. You know, when you've been in a party as long as I have, and you love it, and you see the end of something, I'm just saying goodbye. That's what I'm doing.
Don't you think you can ever come back to the Democratic Party again?
If it changes, yes. If it changes. If it changes, I'll be the first one back.
Well, are you saying that
And so far, unidentified woman in the New York delegation feeling very strongly, but showing the depth of feeling on the floor here about this Vietnam plank. Now here's Sander Van Oker.
It's over. The architects of the minority plank. Mr. O'Donnell, did you feel that you were having it rubbed in a little bit when the band played martial music after the defeat of the peace plank?
I thought it was a great coincidence. Somebody's got a great sense of humor.
Listen,
now they're playing our songs, though.
Now, look, what are you going to do now? You've lost on this. What does this do to Vice President Humphrey? Will he not take cognizance of the fact that so many people voted against the majority position?
Well, I think, Sandy, they attempt to really confuse the issue, which I thought it was, and placing it on the basis of save our boys. Everybody's for saving our boys. I think the fact is any candidate better take a very serious look at where the majority of victory of the majority came. It came from many of the southern states who perhaps will support another candidate who will not be in this hall. There was a grave division in the big northern states for which any Democrat must carry to win the election.
Cite those states, the big seven.
Well, all of New England, certainly. California, New York, Pennsylvania and Illinois responding to rather very strong leadership. I still think that within their delegates are some who would prefer the minority plank. But if you go through the roster of states, they're split pretty thoroughly up north.
And what you're saying is that candidates are going to have a very tough time with this platform in the big industrial states of the north and in California.
Well, I think if California and New York, they've got to be representative of what the way that people feel. Most of us on the platform committee went around our states, and no question there was a deep division within our party. I hope we can, as we nominate candidates, see if we can't pull ourselves closer together. But there's no question this exhibits it would be of grave concern to me if I were a candidate today.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kenneth O'Donnell. Now to Edwin Newman.
5 months and 23 days ago.
Senator Warren Magnuson of the state of Washington. Senator Magnuson, you had a long meeting today with Vice President Humphrey at about noon today, a few hours ago, and discussed the Vietnam plank. What did he tell you?
Well, what I went
support for him at that time,
Humphrey, who I know very well, he and I served.
A number of you that are here today,
is that I wanted some real assurance from Mr. Humphrey that under the plank that we have here tonight, we're working on right now, that he could in depth approach whether we should stop bombing or not, whether bombing has been worthwhile, whether or not this might be a way to peace which all of us want. And he said he saw no reason why he or Senator McCarthy or Senator McGovern or whoever the candidates are couldn't, under the umbrella of this plank, do that very thing. I said, I want that assurance that you look at it seriously and in depth, because I don't think the bombing as of now is achieving anything.
You feel the bombing has been achieving anything. When you told that to the Vice President, what did he say?
Well, he said that we know we get all the facts and we get all of the briefing like I've done, that the buildup is there, and the bombing may not, there's a great division in the military, whether or not the bombing will change the logistics of the situation. And he's perfectly willing to not only discuss this, but make this part of what he's attempting to do.
Thank you, Senator Magnuson. This is Edwin Newman out at Chet and David.
We are still awaiting the return of the good people of the state of Florida, who have been caucusing for, I suppose, something like 20, 25, 30 minutes. And Connecticut, has Connecticut filed its vote yet?
No.
Connecticut also must record its vote on this last motion, which is already carried. The judgment has been made. We'll be back in just a moment after this message from Gulf.